Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey, Roberters and Robertolinos. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. I'm your host, and I'm trying to get Kitty Cam up here. This is the first time that she's come in. Emmy is very sus of the dogs. So I brought her in, and I'm trying to get her, come on, to stay up on the bed, but you might see her, you might not. So she's rubbing against the camera and everything else. So I hope you guys are having a great Sunday. Hello to you too. I'm glad you guys are here, and I'm glad that my moderators are here. We got Shell, and we've got Mike Santa, and that looks to be it right now. But if you see anybody else coming in blue, that would be your moderators. So hello, Carrie and Jenny and Mandy and Sage. Welcome. Carrie says she has her snacks and her Dr. Pepper. I have my Coke Zero. We're going to be going through the major press conferences that were held, the official word, as we were told, to, this is the information that you use. This is, the only thing that you should consider legitimate information, right? I've never put cinnamon on my popcorn. Who has done that? Is it good? Hello, Melissa and Brianna. V Slims. Hey, Leah. All right, so what I'm going to do, hey, Brookie. So we haven't gone through any differences. No, we haven't done that yet. So what I want to do here is I want to play this, and then I'm going to come back to chat, and we're going to discuss, because I want to see what your thoughts are. I honestly have only watched bits and pieces of this to make the trailer. So I hope you guys enjoyed that trailer to kind of give you a, just a little viewpoint of what we're going to be going over today.
Roro causing Pawpaw.
Roro? Who was Roro?
All right, looks like we've got about 130 in here. So, Brooke E, that's interesting. The written release. Brookie, did you know that some of the written releases are actually archived? Did you know that they're archived? Hey, Shamrock. They are. Yeah, they are. I was waiting for your response. Yeah, some of them are actually archived. It's interesting. But when you go to the archives, like all the other stuff that's archived, you can see it. But these, you actually click on them and it's blank. Like they're deleted. So if we have time at the end of this live, I'll go on the website and I'll show you guys where you can see that. Hey, headphones. What up, Sylvia? Go get your snack. Amish made pickle flavored seasoning. Oh my God. I'm not a fan of pickles, but I know people that love pickle stuff. We need you to crop Brian's song and his verse. You evil, but I'm the devil. Leave you crying like seagulls. Please. I've never heard Brian's music. All right, well, let's get into it, my Sunday Roberters. Thank you for being here. And you'll see messages scrolling through chat. I did add a few new messages, so you might see some things you're not used to seeing, and make sure you read those because there's messages in there for you members as well. What's up, Space Cowboy? Because I'm a Space Cowboy. If somebody knows what song that is, song and singer, you'll get a mug. All right, let's start the first one. This is going to be the presser from November 16th, 2022. So this would be 3 days after the murders. This is the first thing I think that we got. I think it was silence, right? You can send it to email. Just put exclamation point email and you'll see the email pop up. Everybody can use the commands too if you ever want to. It's not reserved for any one person. Oh, and FYI. Okay, so it might sound a little weird. In J fashion, I had to slow it down just a tad. And I'll tell you why. When I watched it in regular speed, I didn't pick up on as much body language as I did when it was fast. I also didn't pick up on things that were said. Like, for example, in the trailer, I put that he said the door was open when they got there. On my end, it looks like Carrie got it. Carrie and Jenny email me your deets where you would like your mug sent. You guys both get it. Because I'm a Space Cowboy. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. Good job, guys. Good job. I know that whole CD, back and front. If there is a back and front. There's no back and front on a CD, but. Is that right, Annie? Annie says she started going over the discrepancies a few days ago, and she said they're incredible. Hello, God is love. Cute Poochie. Oh, yeah, that's why you guys were all like, it's tricky. I'm like, what the fuck? It's tricky. It's tricky. Hi, Van Life. How you doing? How you doing? All right, let's get started on this first one. It's going to be November the 16th. Hi, Leo. This might be too slow for this one. We'll see what it sounds like. cute Emmy is, you guys. That's your kitty.
Murder.
Thanks, Gina.
My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I want to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you receive to be extremely accurate.
Yeah, that's too slow. I can't do this one.
We
There's one of them where it helps to watch it slow. This one's not going to be it.
And so do we. That is why we're here. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this press conference.
It sounds fast, doesn't it? What do you guys think? Because now it seems like it's too fast for me if I really want to listen.
Today is the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Chief Deputy of Latah County Tim Best, Idaho State Police Colonel Kedrick Wills. The Moscow Police Department would like to extend our condolences to all family members, friends, the University of Idaho, and the Moscow community.
Okay, let's go slow and word by. Okay, that's what I want to do because now it's too fast because I don't want to miss anything. So if you guys want me to stop, holler and chat. I will be looking the best I can. Let me see if I can switch this to live chat. Yes, I can. Okay. He's hammered. He probably wishes he was, actually. If he wasn't, I bet he wishes he was. So if you're just joining, we are going to be playing through the 4 press conferences. And we're going to be playing those at 0.75 speed so that we can catch body language and every word. Because we have people in chat that are taking notes, right? That are writing down the discrepancies from one presser to another. So I appreciate whoever's doing that. Hello, Chick Antique. Welcome. Annie Potts. Who knew Fry was out of town when the homicides occurred? I think he said he was. He said he was hours away. Oh, Emmy is just so happy to be inside, you guys. She is cleaning herself. She's like instant diva. The minute I put her on the bed, she was kneading biscuits. She was kneading biscuits. It was cute. All right. Hey, Casey. Hey, Heather. Okay, we've got our notepads open. There was supposed to be a new press conference today. Where'd you hear that, Upstate? I never heard that. If I don't have time for all 4, we can break it up. We can do a couple and then we can do a part 2. No problem. No problemo on that one. We will work it out one way or another. I don't want to play it just for the sake of playing it. I want to get something out of it and I want you guys to get something out of it. So that's why I'm going to play it slow. We're going to take our time. We're not going to rush. If we can't get all 4, we won't. Well, Annie, I was kind of thinking it maybe when he was out of town, that's why all this happened. It was kind of like maybe when the cat's away, the mice will play type thing. So I'm not sure. Nobody panic, crime solver. We've all got this.
Wake up.
All right, here we go.
This was a horrible crime that took the lives of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves. This horrible crime has affected all of us, the families, the University of Idaho, our community, our country, and our officers. Agencies that are involved in this task force include Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations. As we continue our investigation, we have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus and Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after 1:45. If anyone
Wait,
in our community,
did they just have a phone ring? Hold on. Let me get this straight. I want to actually make it bigger for you guys. Or like zoom in on him rather, I guess. I guess that's good, isn't it? The landline? I know the landline's like, we got tips coming in, boys.
State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations. As we continue our investigation, we have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus, and Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after 1:45. If anyone in our community or across our nation has any information about these times or the victim's whereabouts, please call our tip line at 208.
Okay, so this is what they're asking for from the public.
The Federal Bureau of Investigations. As we continue our investigation, we have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus, and Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after 1:45. If anyone in our community or across our nation has any information about these times
or across our nation. He says that in the first presser. Or across our nation.
Whereabouts, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. The facts of the case that we know right now. We know that these homicides occurred in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th.
Dude, he sounds like he's about to break down. I've never heard, I have headphones on, and this is going to be best if you have headphones. He sounds like he's ready to cry.
Around noon, Moscow officers received a call of an unconscious person. Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves inside the residence on King Road. The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Investigators are continuing to collect evidence at the scene. Investigators are working to develop a timeline to relevant events. Autopsies are taking place today on all the victims so we can continue to gather evidence and solve the crime. Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details of the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community, and as we have stated, please stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times. What we don't know, the identity and location of the suspect, the location of the knife or any clothing that was worn by the suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police. We're reviewing video that has been collected, but we are asking citizens to contact us with any information you may have that will help in this investigation.
Welcome, Gina.
Once again, we're asking anyone to call the tip line at 208-883-7180. At this time, I would like to introduce the University of Idaho President, Scott Green.
Okay, we'll stop there because I see some of you have some things to say. All right, what's up, Sprague? What's up, Sprague? What you got? Crime Solver, thank you for your super chat. He said autopsies today. When was this again? Bodies had already been moved. I was waiting for it. November 16th. November 16th, the bodies were already going to Spokane for autopsies. So what are we thinking here? We know that these murders occurred on the 13th. We know that the coroner came in around, was it 5? She said, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought she said she came in around 5 p.m. So she come in, did they move them that night? Diana says, rumor is the bodies were moved that night. See that? I believe that. So she went in there, she probably did her thing. And then they probably, took them out that night. That's what I was thinking. Before all of the mayhem, all of the media. It's probably good that they did that. I mean, I'm just kind of glad that we kind of figured out. Yeah, I mean, that happens, though. That happens. They lay there. I mean, they have to while they investigate, right? The coroner / nurse / attorney / postman / gas station attendant. But I don't think we need a photo of that. Like, we don't need to see a photo of that. All right, so let's see what Jennifer is saying here. Sprague's. How do they confirm it was a knife if they are still investigating? I don't know. Maybe the coroner said it was a knife. Moved way too soon. And how can you go by her time of death? Lucy Sable says across the nation because Fry thought it has to do with the national drug trafficking operations. Chick Antiques says, give me a photo, damn it. The timeline still conflicts when they supposedly remove the bodies, but they've never said when they removed them. Sod. Murdoch. Wonder if they were moving the bodies around 11:58 p.m. November 13th when Kay's LinkedIn was accessed and deleted. Is that when I don't know when her thing was deleted. Oh, Mandy, I'm sure it was awful. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the knife. Cammie says he was asking about Ian X's whereabouts. Why include the nation? Good point. Hey, Peyton. How are you? They did not supposedly find the sheath until later, and they contradicted themselves on that, too. Yes, they did. What time did the police chief arrive? I'm not sure that he did until maybe that night. If he was actually out of town. I'm not sure when he would have gotten there. Kendra, you think it's a... I've heard a lot of people saying that. I just don't know why. Like, what would be the end goal of that? That's what I don't understand. Hello, Kevin. Gina, I would think there'd be video too, just because that was when it first happened, and you would think that's when people would be looking to see what was going on. Interesting, Annie. But anybody with the login could access that as well. It doesn't necessarily mean it's her device. But how do we know that one of those devices wasn't one of the girls or more than one, All right. Are we ready? Let's keep going. I would have been out there looking too.
Thank you, Chief Fry. I'm Scott Green, president of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence. He's our provost, and Blaine Eccles, our dean of students, will be available for questions after all of the statements are made. The crime, to us, this crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension. While
Okay, I'll go back and play him saying Kaylee, but I don't think I think he just messed it up.
Crime. Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details of the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims.
He says on the victims there, not on the house, not possibly on the house. He says on the victims.
Not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there.
We don't have a suspect, but we call it an individual, not individual or individuals, like they said when they were looking for the Elantra. They said the individual or individuals inside that car will have some important information.
We cannot say that there's no threat to the community.
Where does he say their names?
Today, it's the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, Kedrick Wills, State Police, and the facts of the case that we know right now. We know that these homicides occurred in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. Around noon, Moscow officers received a call of an unconscious person. Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves inside the residence on King Road.
I think he hesitated just because he wasn't sure how to say Goncalves. And he said Goncalves, like I did. I can't rag on him too much. I said it too. But I'm also not the police chief. I would have practiced how to say her name.
Scott Green.
All right, here we go. We're starting with Scott Green now. This is the president of UI.
Thank you, Chief Fry.
Let me preface this by saying the president's residence is on Nez Perce Drive or Nez Perce Avenue or Nez Perce Road, whatever it's called. It is literally right next to the water fountain, the water tower, right across Taylor Road So that's where his president's residence is.
I'm Scott Green, president of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence. He's our provost, and Blaine Eccles, our dean of students, will be available for questions after all of the statements are made. The crime, to us, this crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension. While our small community is certainly not immune to such things, it's not a situation our close-knit campus is used to dealing with. First, my deepest condolences to the families. And friends of Ethan, Kaylee.
Dude, I wouldn't have noticed this if we did not slow this down. Wow. I never noticed this emotion from this guy. Wow.
Small community is certainly not immune to such things. It's not a situation our close-knit campus is used to dealing with. First, my deepest condolences to the families. And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison. Excuse me.
Wow.
Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers. We've been working with Moscow police since we were notified on Sunday of the crime. We've helped when asked and continually pushed for information whenever possible. knowing that we cannot interfere with the important work and good investigations that are occurring. We just want justice for these victims. Our focus at the university is to support our students and our employees. We are encouraging students and employees to take care of themselves as we head into Thanksgiving break. I want to take a moment to commend our faculty and staff who have been on the front lines helping our students, whether that is providing counseling to those in need of support, accommodating those who want to travel home, or engaging those who find comfort in staying busy interacting with their peers and our instructors in class. Our employees stepped up when our students needed them. While we have relied heavily on the expertise of Moscow police, we feel confident that remaining open with flexibility to leave allows our students to decide what is best for them. The weeks ahead will continue to challenge us as this loss and the circumstances around this crime become known. We will support each other as we grieve, and we'll move through this together as a Vandal family. Thank you.
I gotta say, I gotta cut this guy a sprout because I never saw this emotion from him. But that might be how they have it written down. Ethan, Xana, they're a couple, right? They were in the same room, and then Kaylee and Madison. I think it kind of makes sense to kind of group them together as like couples. No, this is historical. This is not new. We're just going back and we're slowing down and we're going through. Yeah, the next press conference he speaks as well, Sylvia, and I remember that one better. But this one is raw emotion. This just happened 3 days ago. You demand a refund. This happened 3 days ago. But you never saw this one with kitty cams, so. So this happened 3 days before this, and it's raw. This is raw emotion, right? Mr. J. Quinn, Jay, I was wondering about the cop was about to cry. Do you think he had a friend or family murdered too? The reason he sounded like that. I think that he's had contact with the families. I mean, I'm sure they know, everybody knows one another or has seen maybe one another. But I think, having contact with the parents and being at that crime scene and maybe knowing them. I mean, that dude lived right down the street from the frat houses. He does have kids, I think. Van life, you think he may have seen the bodies? CEO, you're too much.
Why about yourself?
I would like to have Colonel Kedrick Wills.
You guys, is it all pixelized for you too? 1445. I'm going to refresh
Flexibility
this.
to leave.
I don't know why it's pixelated.
I would like to have Colonel Kedrick Wills come to the podium, please.
Isn't that weird? It's super pixely. Yeah, I don't know why.
Good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And as we have this discussion today, I'd like to express my appreciation for your attendance here because it's important, vitally important.
This guy
that we get
here.
the information that we have out to the public. Crime knows no boundaries. And these murders have shaken us to our very core. You heard the university president as well as the chief of police talk about this small community, and it's a very close, tight-knit community. And our hearts break for the families that lost their loved ones, the University of Idaho, the Moscow community, and even within our entire state. Be assured, the Idaho State Police is firmly in support of the work that the Moscow Police Department is doing. And we're providing every resource that we can to make sure that this comes to a conclusion, and the person or people that this is responsible are brought to justice.
He said
It's
person
so
or
important
persons.
that you understand that this takes a team effort. This is teamwork with the university, with this Moscow City Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It takes everybody to be able to do this. And it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act of getting the community the information that they need to have, with making sure that we provide a case that the Latah County Prosecutor's Office can go forward with.
Thank you, Spriggs.
Governor Little, Idaho's governor, full weight of all the resources we have within our state are available to Chief Fry and to his team. Our crime lab is also involved with processing evidence, and our law enforcement throughout the region, state and federal agencies continue to provide resources. From the Idaho State Police's perspective, we provided detectives here from this area, as well as detectives from out of the area, state police detectives, as well as patrol resources and communications assistance as well, to provide for Chief Fry and his team. Following this briefing, our communications director from the Idaho State Police, Aaron Snell, if you'd raise your hand, Aaron, he will be the contact for all press media inquiries from here on out. He'll be working closely with Chief Fry and his team. And we have additional, like I said, additional patrol and investigation resources brought to bear here as well. We want to do everything we can to make sure that this is done correctly and that the people that are responsible for this are brought to justice.
Okay, so that is the state police, Idaho State Police. Thank you, Crime Solver. Crime Solver says, in retrospect, it's amazing to see how pale Fry is and how the color slowly comes back to his face once they find BK. He is pale, but he does get those red cheeks, man. He does get those rosy cheeks when he's feeling that pressure, I think, too. It's bothering me that this is so pixelated, though. I wonder if it's because it's Moscow's camera. Let me see if I can't find the other one real fast. Would this be it?
All of us, the families.
I want to say this is it. The audio sucks, but the picture is better.
To call the tip line at 208-883-7180.
Yeah, this is it.
At this time, I would like to introduce the University of Idaho President, Scott Green.
Now we can see their faces, y'all. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chief Fry. I'm Scott Green, president of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence. He's our provost, and Blaine Eccles, our dean of students, will be available for questions after all of the statements are made. The crime, to us, this crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension.
Yes, it slowed down.
While our small community is certainly not immune to such things, it's not a situation our close-knit campus is used to dealing with. First, my deepest condolences to the families.
and friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison.
He said Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison. So it was EKXM, the way he said it.
Excuse me. Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community.
I don't think he's faking, you
people-
guys. And the reason I say that, look at his mouth. I'm not a behavior analyst, but see how his mouth is turned down? Like, that's when you're just like sad. Like, that's just sorrow. And I don't think it's fake. I feel like his mouth, like the corners of his mouth are pulled down. I don't know if you can fake that.
And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison. Excuse me.
He did look around though. Make sure everybody sees. But that right there seems real.
Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers. We've been working with Moscow police since we were notified on Sunday of the crime. We've helped when asked and continually pushed for information whenever possible, knowing that we cannot interfere with the important work and good investigations that are occurring. We just want justice for these victims. Our focus at the university is to support our students and our employees. We are encouraging students and employees to take care of themselves as we head into Thanksgiving break. I want to take a moment to commend our faculty and staff who have been on the front lines helping our students, whether that is providing counseling to those in need of support, accommodating those who want to travel home, or engaging those who find comfort in staying busy interacting with their peers and our instructors in class. Our employees stepped up when our students needed them. While we have relied heavily on the expertise of Moscow police, we feel confident that remaining open with flexibility to leave allows our students to decide what is best for them. The weeks ahead will continue to challenge us as this loss and the circumstances around this crime become known. We will support each other as we grieve, and we'll move through this together as a Vandal family. Thank you.
All right,
I would like to have,
let's cut that dude a sprout right now, because I think that was genuine emotion. I think he's devastated, and he may have known Ethan. Based on everything you guys are saying about the frat house, or what he was in the fraternity, and he is an alumni, whatever you call him, alumnus, Roberter.
There was a lot of leakage.
Colonel Kedrick Wills, come to the podium, please.
All right, now we're going to watch Kedrick Wills. This is the Idaho State Police dude.
Good afternoon.
He's interesting.
My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And as we have this discussion today, I'd like to express my appreciation for your attendance here, because it's important, vitally important, that we get the information that we have out to the public. Crime knows no boundaries, and these murders have shaken us to our very core. You heard the university president as well as the chief of police talk about this small community, and it's a very close, tight-knit community. And our hearts break for the families that lost their loved ones, the University of Idaho, the Moscow community, and even within our entire state.
Thanks, Lorca.
Be assured, the Idaho State Police is firmly in support of the work that the Moscow Police Department is doing, and we are providing every resource that we can to make sure that this comes to a conclusion, and the person or people that this are responsible are brought to justice. It's so important that you understand that this takes a team effort. This is teamwork with the university, with the Moscow City Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It takes everybody to be able to do this. And it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act of getting the community the information that they need to have with making sure that we provide a case that the Latah County Prosecutor's Office can go forward with. Governor Little, Idaho's governor, has assured me that the full weight of all the resources we have within our state are available to Chief Fry and to his team. Our crime lab is also involved with processing evidence, and our law enforcement throughout the region, state and federal agencies continue to provide resources. From the Idaho State Police's perspective, we provided detectives here from this area, as well as detectives from out of the area, state police detectives, as well as patrol resources and communication assistance as well to provide for Chief Fry and his team. Following this briefing, our communications director from the Idaho State Police, Aaron Snell, if you'd raise your hand, Aaron, he will be the contact for all press media inquiries from here on out. He'll be working closely with Chief Fry and his team. And we have additional, like I said, additional patrol and investigation resources brought to bear here as well. We want to do everything we can to make sure that this is done correctly and that the people that are responsible for this are brought to justice.
So at this time, I'm going to open it up to some questions that I'm sure you have, and we'll do the best we can to answer those for you.
This is where it gets interesting. Hello, Hope.
Hello, Chief Ray.
Hello.
Thank you for having us. I'm Amanda Rowley with Crumb 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication that it's an isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? And can you also give a little more information on the forced entry? There's no sign of forced entry, but did it seem like any of the entries were left unlocked by any means?
I'll answer the last part there just because it's at the front end of my mind.
What is he talking about? The girl behind her, was she throwing shade? I didn't see it, but that is, I think her name's Jill something, and she works for UI. She's like, I don't know I can't remember her position, but she has done some interviews on this as well. Her name is Jill something or another.
We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
And my first question,
Yeah.
if you'd like me to read.
No, I think I haven't. In these cases, we take the totality of the things that we see, and they're very dynamic, right? And they're very big, and there's a lot of information.
Okay, this is a lot to take in right now. Let's take this bit by bit.
When we got there.
The door was still open when we got there.
And my first question,
Yeah.
if you'd like me to read.
No, I think I haven't. In these cases, we take the totality of the things that we see, and they're very dynamic, right? And they're very big, and there's a lot of information, and we try to take that information, and some of it we can't share with you, correct? But we try to take that
I have a donut.
information. We try to make the best educated decision we can. We review that as a team with our detectives, along with our prosecutors, along with the university, and we try to make that best decision on that. So we, at that time, believed that there was no a threat, and our goal is to provide safety for this community. That's why we're bringing in the resources we're bringing. We want a close to this, and we want to do everything we can to let the people in our community know that we care. We want them to feel safe. We want them to be safe, and we're going to do everything we can to do that.
And if I could add one more question. You asked for videos or anything from the community to help put together that timeline. We obtained a copy of Twitch video, and family members of the Gonsalves family were able to identify Maddie and Kaylee in those videos at a food truck ordering food. Is the police department, our investigators, aware of that video, and has it helped put together that timeline?
Why wouldn't he have
We are
mentioned
aware
that
of
video?
that video, and it has helped. It gives us a time and space where we know that two of our victims were, and that helps us a ton, and we'll continue to follow up all leads that we can and continue to gather those.
Any indication of a party at the home that night?
And this will be the last one, okay? I understand. Not that we know of, not at the home. We know that the other, let me get the names exactly right here.
Oh,
we know
Lord.
That Zaina and Ethan were at a different party on campus.
Thank
But
you.
that timeline will still help us if other people know about that.
Thank you.
Chief Wright, John Webb with KHQ. On September 12th, there was a vandal alert that was sent out about a potential stabbing threat on Paradise Path. Does this have any connection with what we've seen so far?
Not that we know of it, but we're following up every lead. Every piece of information we get, we are following up to ensure that nothing has gone unturned. We want to have the individual identified, who is the suspect of this eventually. So we are literally looking into every aspect of everything.
And you guys have said repeatedly that there's no threat to the public, but we don't know who the suspect is. We don't know where he's at. How is there no threat to the public at this point?
Well, that's kind of an unknown. Like I said, we took the information that we had at the time, but we do need to be aware the individual is still out there, right? We need to be vigilant. We need to watch out for our neighbors. We're a community policing community. We've said that for years, and it's the community that watches out for each other. And we need to continue to do that until we can close this off and make an arrest.
Why has there been such limited information over the past couple of days? I mean, we're almost 4 days into this. Why has it been so limited?
Yeah, it's a difficult, we have a lot of information coming in, and we have tried to push out some information through press releases, but the reality is I probably should have been standing here a day or so ago, but I'm here now. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to give you the information we can. We care about this community. I care about this community. I've worked here for 27 years. I want this community to be the safest community around. So
The mayor's called it a crime of passion. Is there any indication that that's true?
we're looking into every aspect of this. I'm not going to stipulate whether it's one thing or another. We're going to continue to investigate until evidence will get that. So,
Okay. One last
somebody else?
question, if I could, Chief.
Okay, before we get to his last question, I want to answer Mandy's question. Or was it Mandy? Oh, Casey. What does he mean he should have been standing here a day or two ago? Because it went 3 days and we didn't hear anything. We heard nothing for 3 days. Nanu with your hand signals. And who's this girl next to him? Who's she? I've never noticed her before.
Have we looked at any boyfriends or any ex-boyfriends?
She's up there chewing gum. These people are so unprofessional, dude. 4 people her age just died, and she's up there chomping on gum.
Spouses as a potential suspect?
Okay, let's listen to his question. Here we go.
Chief, have we looked at any boyfriends or any ex-boyfriends, any spouses as a potential suspect?
I will tell you, we're looking at everyone. Every tip we get, every lead we get, there's no one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into. And we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that nothing goes unturned and that we do everything we can with the assistance of all the resources we have to get a final answer.
Thanks, Chief Ryan.
So there were, sorry, I'm Emma Epperly with this Books
Hi.
Interview. Hi. So there were other roommates who lived at that residence. Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody.
Oh
that,
my God. He's
may
like,
be coming and going.
but there's nothing to see here with the 2 that were home and didn't call 911 for 8 hours. He does not want to talk about them.
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then they didn't call it into police, so were they injured?
They were not injured. But like I said, we're still following up with everybody that could have been in that area.
And how can you say it's a targeted attack if you don't have a suspect?
Like I said, we take the totality of the situation. We try to make the best bit of information we can with everything that comes in.
Hold on.
And then we make our decision.
I'm going to turn off the captions. Watch his body language, you guys. I want you guys to watch really carefully when he says this. Watch his hands. Just watch his body language as you listen.
Like I said, we take the totality of the situation. We try to make the best bit of information we can with everything that comes in. And then we make our decision off of that. So at this time, I'm not going to expand upon that. But like I've said, we do have a suspect out somewhere, and we are looking for that individual to solve this.
Sorry, I think of the next press conference with his hands. Sorry about that.
Hi, Rachel Sun, Northwest Public Broadcasting. I just want to clarify something you said earlier. Over the past couple of days, the information that we've been getting is there's not a threat to the public. Then earlier I heard you say you can't be sure that there is no threat. I just want to clarify what your stance is on that at this time.
So we still believe it's a targeted attack, but the reality is there's still a person out there who committed 4 horrible crimes. So I think we got to go back to there is a threat out there still, possibly. We don't know. We don't believe it's going to be to anybody else, but we all have to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're watching out for each other.
Okay, and then one other follow-up. I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do caregiving check on the individual who was unconscious, that we found the scene that we found.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked, so the other 2 roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911? You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there. So, you know, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved for that to have happened? Yes, but that's not how it took place. So that's why we're investigating everything still, to try to pull all the pieces together.
Were they one of the people, were they the 911 caller?
At this point in time, I'm not going to divulge who our 911 caller is, just because I want to keep the integrity of the investigation at this point, okay?
Okay. And last question, are you able to tell whether the same weapon was used on all 4 victims?
You know, that's why we're having the autopsies done. The autopsy will confirm that and hopefully collect some evidence for us, even from those. That's why you do the autopsies, is to try to be thorough and try to gather more. So we'll leave that would probably be something that would come out later.
Okay.
Excuse me, Derek Shug, Fox News Digital. Was there anything missing in the home, or were the purses still there? Any robbery attempt, anything like that?
Nothing that we have identified. And I'm going to take about 2 more questions, all right?
Hi, I'm Tim with the Daily Evergreen. I was just wondering, were the 2 other individuals present at the home when police responded at noon?
Yes.
Good question.
Okay.
He's very hesitant to answer any questions about those 2 girls. God, I hope that's not their star witness, because if so, we're screwed.
A bit more on those 2 people. Was it 2 people? What have those people shared about the circumstances of that night, what they saw or didn't see?
Well, I'm not going to go into what they shared that night. Obviously, that's part of our investigation. That's part of the information that we're trying to build our complete story with. So, at that, as far as that goes, we're not going to go any further into what they know and what they don't know.
How many were there?
We believe 2.
We believe 2.
Social media accounts of all the different victims, and do you? We understand that one may have had an account linked to her Instagram account. Have you looked into those accounts? Have you seen any sort of threats made to any of the individuals?
So we are looking at all resources. You know, we got, like I said, the Federal Bureau of Investigation helping us. We got our detectives, our forensic detectives looking into that. We're trying to pull this whole picture. We're looking at everything that we can look at, social media, etc. So to answer your question, yes, we are.
Were the victims all found in one part of the house?
I'm not going to divulge that either. That's part of our investigation. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close this off.
Look how red his cheeks are.
If you'd like to, if you have any questions for the university, we'll open that up at this point in time.
Actually, you know what, AZ? I want to tell you something. Watching this slowed down, we saw emotion out of the president that we didn't see when we watched it normal. So I don't think it's blowing anything out of proportion. I think if you are watching and paying attention, you're picking up on cues and body language that you certainly can't pick up on, A, if you're chatting, and B, if you're watching it in regular speed. And I'll leave it at that.
Jeepers.
Who has not had a chance to ask a question? Yes, over here.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, thanks. Actually, I had
Welcome,
a question
Kendra.
for the chief, so I don't know.
Okay, well, you want to pass it?
She's like, I don't have a question for
What
you.
is the university doing to make their students feel safe?
Yeah, great question. At this time, I think I'll turn this over to Blaine, who's been dealing directly with our students and dealing with those that truly still feel unsafe despite some of the assurances and things that we're doing. Blaine?
A question of safety is on everyone's mind right now. We have increased campus safety patrols. Our executive director of campus safety and security, Jake Nichols, is out in the hallway actually.
I'm going to prove
here.
a point right now. Okay. So we're going to go back just a little hair here. Okay. Now I'm going to put it on normal just for AZ. Just for AZ because you're distracting me in my chat.
Some of the assurances and things that we're doing. Blaine?
A question of safety is on everyone's mind right now. We have increased campus safety patrols. Our executive director of campus safety and security, Jake Nichols, is out.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm slow, AZ, and you're just that much smarter and able to pick up on things. But I don't feel it's fabricated, and I don't appreciate you coming in here telling my chat that we're fabricating emotions. So this is your final warning. You mention it again, you're getting timed out.
Campus safety patrols. Our executive director of campus safety and security, Jake Nichols, is out in the hallway actually here, and so I'm sure he'd be able to answer some of those questions.
Passing
We
the buck.
have a campus safety escort where students can call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to arrange for a security escort to be escorted across campus during the day or night. It doesn't matter at any point in time. We're also providing resources to students to help them navigate through this from an emotional standpoint. We've had drop-in counseling that has been utilized both in our counseling center as well as the student union building. And we're also supporting
Cheers,
students,
Kendra.
like President Green indicated, that if they want to leave and go home now, they absolutely can. We're going to support them in doing so. Many students have questions about their academics and whatnot, but this is a very dynamic, fluid situation. And we want to make sure we're supporting students and their families to get through this the way that they need to.
Yeah,
Hell no,
absolutely.
Viv.
Washington State University is about 8 miles that way. What would you suggest that Wazoo does to make their students feel safe if they're unsafe?
Yeah, communication and encouraging students to reach out and use resources. That's a fantastic campus. I talked to their dean of students office yesterday, and they are mobilizing their support resources. All campuses have supports in place. Students just need to make sure they're leaning in and reaching out to it. And many times students don't, but we encourage that, absolutely.
Awesome. That's so
Hi,
funny.
This is Heidi Broussard with the Argonaut. This may be a question for Scott Green or Blaine Eccles. So with the decision to cancel classes on Monday, while I understand the university is trying to remain flexible for students, why has class not been canceled for the remainder of the week?
Well, because a number of our students still want to go to class. They gain comfort in being around their other students. They gain comfort from interacting and staying busy with their faculty and attending classes, labs. Some are working on their semester projects. So we've heard from them. At the same time, we want to provide the ability for any student who did not feel comfortable staying around, who did not want, who was unable to process that way, that they had that opportunity to go, and we've been helping them as well. All these absences are excused. We've asked our faculty to work with those students who chose to go. So we felt this is the best way, to respond, to give as much flexibility as we could to our students and our faculty. And frankly, I think they've done a very, very good job. Thank you.
Is the university working with the parents or the families of the victims? Are you in touch with them?
They are. I'll turn that back over to Blaine. I know we both have been in contact with the families, but he's been very close to it. And so, Blaine, you want to take that question?
Absolutely. One of the hardest jobs I have is talking to parents it's the absolute worst part of my job. And so I've reached out and made contact with all the families.
Wait, what did he say?
Hardest jobs I have is talking to parents it's the absolute worst part of my job. And so I've reached out and made contact with all the families. We've offered our
Was that cut out or something? Weird.
Support, and we're going to stay in constant contact with them. I communicated with them almost every day. We usually give it a little space and time before we reach out, just for the sheer shock of absorbing the loss of a child and what that looks like. But we're going to stay in support of them.
Wait, what? They wait to reach out? Wow. Oh, okay. Yikes. I want to say hello, Black Eagle. How are you, my darling? The worst part of his job is talking to parents. Why do they wait? You realize that the coroner was there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Gonsalves family got called or were seeking information and finally found out at 4:30. The damn coroner was there right after that. Telling parents their kid's dead. Kevin, goodbye, Dilbert. No, I think he's saying to reach out for resource wise. I don't think to notify, but I think he's saying they wait to reach out, with hey, we have counseling here in the arena if you want to come. But yeah, I mean, I would think that they need to make immediate contact since the kids were going to their school, right?
Moving forward for the weeks and months to come, and in whatever capacity they need.
We've talked to a few of them, and they've expressed some frustration with the lack of communication from investigators and from the officials involved on that side of it. Has the university heard that from them? How are you working with them to help kind of close that communication gap?
Sure. I do know that Captain Barrett from the Moscow Police Department is also in constant contact with them. He reaches out to them on a regular basis. From that standpoint, I think it's safe to say everyone, the families most of all, want information, and they want justice. And
was that a am I being cruel? That sounded like a chuckle. But they're like, oh, they asked the president passed it off to this dude. Now he's asked again, and this dude's passing it off to Captain Barrett. But they never bring Captain Barrett up to ask.
You know that Captain Barrett from the Moscow Police Department is also in constant contact with them. He reaches out to them on a regular basis. From that standpoint, I think it's safe to say everyone, the families most of all, want information, and they want justice. And I can't do anything but honor what their needs are and what they are. Whenever I hear a concern from the family members about what's going on, I'll definitely make sure I communicate that to the Moscow Police Department. They're very busy. They're working, the men and women of this department are working really hard on their behalf and on our community's behalf. But if I can be a conduit to share information, we're absolutely going to do that.
Has there been any
Ooh,
update
I didn't
on the
like
candlelight
ooh.
vigil that is supposed
See, this is why we slow it down. AZ must not like seeing these snarky looks they give one another.
till after the break?
I believe it's November 30th.
November
At what time?
We're like
These guys are assholes with this about the vigil. Wow. Like they put it off. And this is what a point I wanted to make. Shame
share
on this
information.
university because I don't think they wanted to draw attention to the murders or whatever. And that's why they put off this thing. They said it was because some kids went home early and they wanted everyone to be able to come. And they didn't want people driving. Bullshit. They had one in Boise and they had one in, is it Idaho Falls? So why couldn't, and it happened in Moscow. Like they should have been the first ones having a damn vigil. Why would Boise and Idaho Falls be the ones to come through? This happened in their town. These were their students. Unless those kids went to the Boise campus, and there's something we don't know.
we're absolutely going to do that.
Watch.
Has there been any update on the candlelight vigil that is postponed till after the break?
I believe it's November 30th.
November 30th.
November
At what time?
We're looking at 5 or 5:30. We're trying to finalize. Well, let me say.
Yeah.
There was a candlelight vigil that was originally scheduled tonight, but because of the volume of students who have left, we want to make sure we're creating a space where they can participate. We don't want someone driving back during this time to do that. So we've rescheduled to November 30th. We haven't finalized the time. We will definitely be sharing that out to our students in our community and the larger community. We're just finalizing some details. We're going to communicate that with the families as well. It'll be on campus. We haven't figured out the location yet because we're going to be monitoring what the weather looks like. We anticipate a large amount of individuals. That being said, we also have two communities that are just providing beautiful support. There's a
Okay. He's going to tell us all about Boise and stuff. But can I just say that the vigil that UI put on, that they claim it cost them a whopping $13,000. How is that even possible? 13,000 for a vigil that people just stood at a podium? I mean, I get they had security, but 13,000? Wow. Those are some expensive ass candles, I'll tell you that.
Amount of individuals. That being said, we also have two communities that are just providing beautiful support. There's a candlelight vigil in Boise tonight in honor of our lost students. And there's also a candlelight vigil tonight in Coeur d'Alene. And I say nothing but thank you and for the love and support from those communities that are supporting us. And we've seen that support come across the country and around the world for the University of Idaho and these families. And so it's a beautiful thing.
President Green, can you talk a little bit about the vandal alert that involved the knife and how the university handled it and what you found in that case?
Yeah, so basically we were just responding to the information that we had from the Moscow Police Department at that time. We have an incident response team. We gathered Sunday as we were notified by the Moscow Police Department that there had been a crime committed. At the time, we weren't sure if they were students or not, and we wanted to provide help to the Moscow Police Department, and we think we were able to do that successfully to help them, identify those students and contact their relatives. So, beyond that, it was just trying to understand what the assessment was of the risk to the campus. And we relied on our subject matter experts, as you've heard. They know more than any of us about this, and then based on that, we started making decisions about how to move forward this week.
Yeah, and so what were those decisions around that initial alert? What was the conclusion you had at that point about the level of risk?
Well, of course, your first, on the first vandal alert, it was high risk. We had really no information, and we asked our students to shelter in place, and until we got the all clear, wasn't it all clear, but reduced.
I was just gonna say, what do you mean you got an all clear? An all clear for what? What is he talking about?
And until we got the all clear, wasn't it all clear, but reduced risk where we could where students could start to move around more freely. We had people sheltering in places like the library and the Pittman Center and places around campus, and we didn't want to keep them there all night if we didn't have to, and so as soon as Moscow Police Department determined that it was safe for them to begin moving around but be vigilant.
Wait, hold on.
We sent the other vandal alert.
Wait, what are you guys saying? The tip line's wrong. No, didn't they change it when the FBI took over or whatever? You guys want to hear him again? He didn't know they were students at first. When he heard about the murders, is that what he's saying? Okay, let's listen to him again. I'm going to go grab a pop and I'll be right back.
The information that we had from the Moscow Police Department at that time, we have an incident response team. We gathered Sunday as we were notified by the Moscow Police Department that there had been a crime committed. At the time, we weren't sure if they were students or not, and we wanted to provide help to the Moscow Police Department, and we think we were able to do that successfully to help them, identify those students and contact their relatives. So, beyond that, it was just trying to understand what the assessment was of the risk to the campus. And we relied on our subject matter experts, as you've heard. They know more than any of us about this, and then based on that, we started making decisions about how to move forward this week.
Yeah, and so what were those decisions around that initial alert? What was the conclusion you had at that point about the level of risk?
Well, of course, your first, on the first vandal alert, it was high risk. We had really no information, and we asked our students to shelter in place, and until we got the all clear, from, well, it wasn't an all clear, but a reduced risk where we could where students could start to move around more freely. We had people sheltering in places like the library and the Pittman Center and places around campus, and we didn't want to keep them there all night if we didn't have to, and so as soon as Moscow Police Department determined that it was safe for them to begin moving around but be vigilant, we sent the other vandal alerts.
Yeah, my apologies. I was referring to the earlier vandal alert involving the threatening with the knife that had happened in September.
Yeah, you want to respond to that? Thank you, Blaine.
Oh, thank you, Blaine.
That vandal alert, we had a group of students walking back to Greek Row from a location off campus. They encountered an individual who was not affiliated with the university. They got into, from my understanding, a verbal altercation, and he ended up flashing a knife at them. It was not a stabbing. It was not a stabbing attack. It was a threat, to the best that we know. We sent out a vandal alert warning the individuals of our campus community at that time. I don't have the specific date, but it's out there.
Oh my God. They are so unprepared. They had 3 days. This dude had one job. They had to know that the vandal alert about the knife being flashed on students would be brought up, right? Breathe in, breathe out.
Given the fallout,
from that aspect of it. And it's my understanding that individual then later turned himself into law enforcement.
Okay, so he has no information about it. Why doesn't he call Chief Fry up right now and say, hey, Chief Fry, can you fill everybody in on, that guy that turned himself in? Bullshit. It was somebody who wasn't affiliated with the university. Murder. That could be anyone that goes to WSU. All he's saying is they're not affiliated with UI, right? But I find it to be very concerning that just a few weeks before, there was a group of girls, and I found it in the blotter. It's girls. It was a group of sorority girls walking. Was it our Idaho 4? Our Idaho 3? I don't know. Was it our Idaho 6? I don't know. But they flashed a knife, and he's totally downplaying it. It wasn't a stabbing. It was just a confrontation. With a knife? Like, that's ever okay? And if this dude turned himself in, make yourself known.
From my understanding, a verbal altercation, and he ended up flashing a knife at them. It was not a stabbing. It was not a stabbing attack. It was a threat, to the best that we know. We sent out a vandal alert warning the individuals of our campus community at that time. I don't have the specific date, but it's out there from that aspect of it. And it's my understanding that individual then later turned himself into law enforcement, and they've addressed what that happens.
So it's not connected in any way to this.
They what? Address that happened? What was it? One of their informants acting up?
Into law enforcement, and they've addressed what that happens.
So it's not connected in any way to this homicide.
That's a question for law enforcement.
You know who he is.
September 12th. I know about the incident. I don't know the individual because he's not affiliated with the university. So
This dude ain't buying it. This dude is not buying what he is freaking selling. Is he Fox News? Because he ain't buying what this dude's selling at all.
Was a threat to the best that we know. We sent out a vandal alert warning the individuals of our campus community at that time. I don't have the specific date, but it's out there from that aspect of it. And it's my understanding that individual then later turned himself into law enforcement, and they've addressed what that happens.
So it's not connected in any way to this homicide.
That's a question for law enforcement.
You know who he is. September 12th.
I know about the incident. I don't know the individual because he's not affiliated with the university.
He said, you know who he is. You knew who he was on November 12th. Could that have been Brian?
So my understanding, he turned himself into law enforcement. So I can't answer the question of whether he's connected with this or not.
Well, who can?
So we want to thank you again for coming. That's going to be all the questions we take at this time. We appreciate you coming and spending time with us, and we will continue
spending time with us
to put out information as we have time. And we want to reassure the community that the Moscow Police Department and everybody working on this will do everything we can. We love this community. We've a lot of us have went to the University of Idaho, and we are vandals, and we will do everything we can to solve this. Thank you.
He's like, we out. You guys, I love your commentary here. I think he was from Fox News. Brent or Einan. Is that what you guys are thinking? Ugh, I know. He's just so awkward. Vandals is their mascot. Yes, Mary. You didn't know that until now? They're all vandals. I agree, Leo. I agree. Very dapper. Okay. Now we're going to fast forward to, close that one out. This one is going to be 11/20, November 20th. And this is where you think Fry got red there. Dude, he's like a tomato. He is like a tomato in this one. So this is November 20th. And this is all of the media who is there. Now, this one, I believe that Fox News, and this is what is so great. So as I was replaying these, and it gave me the idea, to do this in slower motion because I was playing them. So I'm watching this and I'm like, they start out the press conference with JJ, that guy, the black guy from Fox. He's ex-FBI, I think. You guys will know when he stands up. But he stands up And, you know, we've heard that they're very, there's racism running through this town and some of the people, right? So, yeah. So when he stands up, it's great. I just feel like it was totally done that way on purpose, especially after seeing the first press conference and the Fox guy not buying what they're saying. And then the second one, they send JJ. And you can't tell me with your accent that you can't tell me that was not on purpose and that they don't know the history of racism in this town. I firmly believe they do. Here we go. November 20th. We're going to go full screen on this baby.
Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. The last spelling of my name is F-R-Y. I'd like to introduce Moscow Police Captain Roger Lanier, Colonel Kedrick Wells of the Idaho State Police.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Idaho President Scott Green.
I'm going to slow it down after he's done with intros.
Students for the University of Idaho, Blaine Eccles, and Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson.
Okay, so the addition here, we've got the state police guys here. The addition is Roger Lanier. We have Green, who is the president. We've got Blaine Eccles, who is the president's sidekick. And then we have Thompson, the prosecutor, at the end. We didn't have Thompson and we didn't have Lanier last time. So Lanier is the chief of operations or whatever.
Has shaken our community, has continued to shake our community. We continue to mourn for the victims. We will continue to vigorously pursue the investigation and pursue justice in this case. It is a complex and terrible crime, and it will take some time to resolve. Today, we want to clarify what we know and where we're at in this investigation. Our primary goal is public safety and to get a completion of this case and bring someone to justice.
Someone.
We continue to dedicate all the resources to this investigation. We've had 646 tips received, and all will be processed, vetted, investigated, and cleared. We've done over 90 interviews in this case so far, and the Moscow Police Department is utilizing the assistance from the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Latah County Sheriff's Office.
Did he say FBI last time?
Personnel that has been assigned to this from the Moscow Police Department is 4 detectives, 24 officers, and 5 support staff. Federal Bureau of Investigators, we have 22 investigators in Moscow. 20 additional are assigned and located in the Treasure Valley, Salt Lake City, Utah, and West Virginia. We have 2 behavior analysis individuals from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. For the Idaho State Police, we have 20 investigators, a public information officer, ISP forensic services, and a crime scene team. We have 15 uniformed troopers to assist our community, to help provide the additional resources.
I can't with the Idaho State Police guy. I can't.
For our patrols. Detectives are looking to develop any content that would help us in this event. Anyone who has observed any notable behavior or has any video surveillance or can provide relevant information about these murders, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. Or
Hey,
you
Ange.
can email the tip line and that is tipline@ci.moscow.id.us. At this time, I would like to introduce Captain Lanier to give you some additional information.
Here we go. It's Lanier.
Jeepers!
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Lanier. I'm a captain over the Operations Division for the Moscow Police Department. My last name is spelled Lanier.
Yeah, we all know who you are.
I just want to first state that this tragic murder has shaken the community. It's been very hard for members of the community, and it's been equally difficult for our officers and for the investigators.
So he's really driving that point home. He took his spectacles off. He kept them on when he said, this is important to the community or been tough on the community. Then he took those spectacles off and he was like, I mean business, and it has been hard on our officers. So he wants to drive that point home.
First state that this tragic murder has shaken the community. It's been very hard for members of the community, and it's been equally difficult for our officers and for the investigators.
Do we think that maybe, did Brian attend this meeting? Or do they not know who the perp is and they think the perp could be there? I'm wondering if that's why Fry was so shaky. Hello, Rachel Smith. But I don't think they all went into the crime scene. I mean, certainly not, right? Not everybody saw the crime scene, I wouldn't think. That's a lot of people to go through a crime scene. They had like 20 investigators just from Idaho alone, Idaho State Police alone.
We'll continue to put all of our resources towards investigating and bringing this to a resolution. Here's what we've determined so far. On the evening of November 12th, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Morgan were at a local bar and were later at a food truck in downtown Moscow. They arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. on the morning of November 13th. Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were at the Sigma Chi house before also arriving home at approximately 1:45 a.m. Two surviving roommates were also out in the community, and they returned home at approximately 1 a.m. and did not wake up until later that morning.
Yikes. Okay, so, but you know what? They can lie here. So I'm going to, say here, and I'm going to give them a break because they can lie. They can lie all day long, and it's not for our benefit. So maybe they wanted the perp to think that those girls were asleep. I'm not sure.
Why are people such idiots?
That's my new Nancy Grace soundbite, and it's the best.
Why are people such idiots?
Were also out in the community, and they returned home at approximately 1 a.m. and did not wake up until later that morning. On the morning of November 13th at 11:58 a.m., a 911 call was placed to the Whitcomb Dispatch Center reporting an unconscious person. The call originated from inside the residence and was made from the phone of one of the surviving roommates. Moscow Police Department officers responded and located 4 victims, 2 on the 2nd floor and 2 on the 3rd floor. The Latah County coroners conducted autopsies, and detectives have been provided with the results of those autopsies. We know that the autopsies confirmed the identity of the 4 victims, determined the cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing, and determined that it was likely all 4 victims were asleep during the attack. Some of the victims had defensive wounds.
Okay, so that's really stupid. So that must be another lie. And either that, they just contradicted themselves. So I think a lot of the contradictions might be because they were lying on purpose. And it's not really up for our benefit, you know? But he says that they were sleeping, but then he says they had defensive wounds. So that's a complete contradiction. And how do you ever get facts from that? You don't. You can't.
And each victim was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault. Investigators have determined 2 areas of interest within the city and have provided maps which are on our Facebook page and on our website. And these are areas that they have canvassed for additional surveillance.
Okay, now, again, why in the hell don't they have like a presentation, you know, like a board, you know, like one of those screens and a projector or whatever, and show their website and show people where to go and what the map looks like and where to canvas, where they want video from. This is not thorough. If you wanted all that footage, you would have had a map right there. Even if it was something you had to get made at Staples. You know, have the girl that was chewing gum next to Chief Fry go get a poster made at Staples of the map and say, everyone that lives in this area, we need your video footage. This is a game of hide and seek, in my opinion.
Video and tips, and have contacted several page.
I want to hear that part again.
Have determined 2 areas of interest within the city and have provided maps which are on our Facebook page.
What if I don't have Facebook?
On our website.
Oh.
And these are areas that they have canvassed for additional surveillance video and tips, and have contacted several residents in the areas. The areas are generally south of Taylor Avenue to Palouse River Drive and west of Highway 95. Detectives have also canvassed several other neighborhoods looking for evidence, looking for additional surveillance video, and contacting residents and speaking to them to see if they may have heard or seen something. I want to address several areas of speculation, conjecture, and misinformation that has circulated on social media platforms and otherwise. We do not believe the following individuals are involved in this crime: the 2 surviving roommates, a male seen at the grub truck food vendor downtown, specifically wearing a white hoodie,
It's ridiculous.
a private party who provided rides home to Kaylee and Madison in the early morning hour of November 13th.
Additionally, Lanier, his name was not redacted. So, yeah. So if you go to that dude's Facebook, I'm not going to say his name. If you know, you know. But if you go to that dude's Facebook, he is in a white truck with his girlfriend and his dog, or his wife and his dog. I don't know if they're married. But yeah, he's got a white truck. Just saying. Not that that means anything.
The identity of the 911 caller and the 911 call have not been released. So any information out there is speculation about that. Investigators are aware.
Ooh, interesting, Mary.
Multiple phone.
Let's go back. I want to see his blink rate. I'll put it on regular speed. I'll play Lanier on regular speed for you guys. Let's see. He doesn't talk quite as fast as the others did.
Detectives have also canvassed several other neighborhoods looking for evidence, looking for additional surveillance video, and contacting residents and speaking to them to see if they may have heard or seen something. I want to address several areas of speculation, conjecture, and misinformation that has circulated on social media platforms and otherwise. We do not believe the following individuals are involved in this crime: the 2 surviving roommates, a male seen at the grub truck food vendor downtown, specifically wearing a white hoodie, a private party who provided rides home to Kaylee and Madison in the early morning hour of November 13th. Additionally, the identity of the 911 caller and the 911 call have not been released, so any information out there is speculation about that. Investigators are aware that multiple phone calls from Madison and Kaylee's phone were made to a male subject. Any online reports stating that the victims had been tied and gagged are not accurate. Detectives seized the contents of 3 dumpsters on King Road and searched those dumpsters in an effort to find additional evidence, but nothing of note was discovered. Early in the investigation, local businesses were canvassed in an effort to see if any fixed blade type knives may have recently been purchased. And currently,
okay, so on the 20th of November, they were looking for a fixed type knife already.
There are no suspects in custody, and we have not located a weapon. I want to assure you that every investigator involved will continue to put all of their resources and all of our partner agencies' resources into continuing this investigation. We do appreciate the community's support. We understand how stressful it is, and we will continue to work through this situation. At this time, I would like to turn the mic over to Colonel Wills from the Idaho State Police.
Oh, we're getting the colonel again. All right, we're going to go back down to 0.75 for the kern. He means business.
Thank you, Captain. My name is Kedrick Wills, KEDRICK WILLS, and I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police, and I appreciate your
Is he related to Don Daniels asking for a friend?
attendance this afternoon as we talk about this horrific crime. The murders of Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee are a tragic loss to all of us. Nothing we can do will bring back these young lives. But we have an absolute commitment to working together to solve these senseless murders. And the way that we know how to do that is partnerships. And our partnership with the Moscow Police Department, with the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the University of Idaho to bring this issue to a conclusion and bring this to justice is absolute. We continue with Idaho State Police resources here on the ground in Moscow and throughout Idaho. Whatever the needs are, that's what we want to do. And the chief spoke about the Idaho State Police resources that are here, and he spoke about patrol resources, and we have those uniformed troopers here in Moscow and on the campus of the University of Idaho to help people to feel safe and to provide that security to the people that are here, both in the student body as well as in the community at large. And we will continue to do that as long as is necessary throughout this time. In addition, that's in addition to our forensics team that was here, in addition to our investigative team and all the other state police resources. We know that people want answers. We want answers too. As was already mentioned, this is really, really difficult.
Okay, so I'm guessing that this dude is the one that wrote Fry's speeches as well, because this is a typical saying. You'll hear this. Just remember this phrase right here.
That security to the people that are here, both in the student body as well as in the community at large. And we will continue to do that as long as is necessary throughout this time.
Right here.
In addition, that's in addition to our forensics team that was...
Oh, I went too far, sorry.
In addition to our investigative team and all the other state police resources. We know that people want answers.
We do too.
We want answers too. As was already mentioned, this is really, really difficult for those investigators, those dedicated professionals who are investigating this crime. And a lot of people have expressed their desire to help, and the best thing that most of people can do to help is to stop with any kind of rumors and just seek official information that comes out of the Moscow Police Department.
Wait, what? That's the best thing people can do to help? You have a murderer on the loose. That's the best that the public can help, is by squashing rumors? That doesn't even make sense. Does it? Or is it just me? Mr. Don Daniels.
Can do to help is to stop with any kind of rumors and just seek official information that comes out of the Moscow Police Department. Anything that we have that we can share from a law enforcement perspective, we will be sharing as soon as we can, because that's how we think that we can get this to conclusion. Please rely on official sources of information, and please be patient. I understand that everybody wishes that this was solved already, but these things take time. It takes time to work through. You heard the stats of all the tips and everything, the interviews and everything that's been done. This takes time for our investigators to work through. So please be patient as we work through this investigation. We owe this to these young kids, to these young adults. We owe it to them, and we are absolutely dedicated to make sure that happens. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce the University of Idaho President Scott Green.
Now that was him slowed down. He talks freaking fast. All right, now we're getting Scott Green, the Prez.
Scott Green, President, University of Idaho.
He looks like he's already over it. Okay, the first press conference, he was choked up. Okay, that a week's gone by. He's popped his collar. He's over it. That's just the feeling I got. I'm not saying he is. That's my perception.
Last name spelled Green, like the color. First, we continue to extend our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the victims. As stated earlier, we want justice and appreciate the increased resources from the Idaho State Police and FBI that have been brought to bear on this crime. We fully appreciate and share the frustration of our students, employees, parents, and community members who continue to push for answers.
I don't think he wanted to be at this press conference. I don't think he wanted to do this. I don't think he wants to be here. I don't think he wants his name associated with it. And I think he was a little smartass when he spelled his name and said green like the color.
For answers in the investigation, we've ramped up our security safety practices and are listening to students and supporting them in any way possible.
Can I just say one more thing? Like, is that even appropriate? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being judgy, you know? But is that appropriate attire? Like, I guess I would think the president wouldn't be in, like, sporto gear. I would expect the president to be in a suit, expressing his sincere condolences. This is like, hey, you interrupted my game day, and I popped in over here. Like, I popped my collar, I popped in. I don't know. It's very crass to me.
The University of Idaho's primary focus now is on supporting our students and working to meet their varied needs. The police continue to inform us that they believe this was a targeted attack, but we recognize this is not good enough for some of our students who will want to complete their semester.
You hear how he says this? Oh, we've told everybody. This pissed me off. We've told everybody this was a targeted attack, but if that's not good enough for some of the students. So, you know, we did figure this out through COVID, so we can probably do the online thing for those kids. Jeez.
Focus
what
now
pains
is
in the
on
ass.
Supporting our students and working to meet their varied needs. The police continue to inform us that they believe this was a targeted attack, but we recognize this is not good enough for some of our students who will want to complete their semester remotely until the person who committed the crime is in custody. We are also hearing that some students want to be back on campus and in Moscow because they gain comfort from the structure of classes and being with their friends and professors.
Okay.
All
Hold on.
reactions.
I want to say right now, okay. He says right now there's people that want to be back on campus. I think that's 100% bullshit. I don't think anybody wanted to be on that campus. And I'm going to show you what a couple students said. About that. Hold on. I don't think it's public yet. But it's so interesting that he's like, oh, everybody's good, you know? Is it this one?
Wait, I thought I was safe here. Washington State University, just like any other campus, has surveillance cameras all around to help and protect the community. WSU Police Chief Gary Jenkins explains how these cameras are crucial to help solve a crime.
We regularly use video footage from the cameras on campus when we investigate crimes to try to locate people that...
Don't you love that? Look at the FedEx truck. They're watching. That's got to be some kind of drug delivery or some shiz. Look at that. Remember the FedEx truck on King Road? I can't find the video to prove him wrong, but there were students that were saying, no, I didn't feel comfortable. I know I made a video on it, but I'll see if I can find it while we're listening.
Feelings are valid, and we all process these tragedies differently.
Look at him shake his head. He's so condescending. We all process these tragedies differently. God, like, get over it already.
And in Moscow because they gain comfort from the structure of classes and being with their friends and professors. All reactions and feelings are valid, and we all process these tragedies differently. We're asking instructors to plan for both sets of students as we finish the semester. We will be communicating decisions early this week so that families can discuss and plan their individual response over the Thanksgiving break. We learned a lot during COVID, and we have many course delivery options.
He's sweat. Did you see that sweat?
Deploy.
Did you see that sweat drip off his head and down his jacket? That's why he wore a windbreaker, y'all, so it would repel the sweat.
Be communicating
Watch
decisions early this week so that families can discuss
Wait for
and
it.
plan their individual response over the Thanksgiving
His
break.
right eye.
We learned a lot during COVID, and we have many course delivery options our faculty can deploy to meet student needs.
Literally sweating bullets.
Student and employee safety remain our priority. We have increased security patrols on campus since we were notified of this off-campus incident.
And this, my friends, is why we slow the shiz down. Let's watch that bullet of sweat come down again.
Remotely until the person who committed the crime is in custody. We are also hearing that some students want to be back on campus and in Moscow because they gain comfort from the structure of classes and being with their friends and professors. All reactions and feelings are valid, and we all process these tragedies differently. We're asking instructors to plan for both sets of students as we finish the semester. We will be communicating decisions early this week so that families can discuss and plan their individual response over the Thanksgiving
Wait for
break.
it.
We learned a lot during COVID, and we have many course delivery options
Dr.
our
Thrifty, did you
faculty
see that
can
sweat
deploy
bullet?
to meet student needs. Student and employee safety remain our priority. We have increased security patrols on campus since we were notified of this off-campus incident. We have also benefited from increased Idaho State Police presence on our campus, which we are grateful for. They have been a very visible force, and they will continue this dedicated presence on our campus into the foreseeable future. Importantly, they have also assigned resources to the community since this crime occurred off campus. In addition to the campus-wide precautions being taken, we offer the following safety and security features in our residence halls. We will continue our Safe Walk, available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
He has no idea about these features, nor does he give a flying fuck. This dude was brought in because the college was in financial turmoil. He is there to get enrollments. Money, money, money. That's all he cares about. This right here goes against his goals. Even being there goes against his goals. So he's going to throw those things in like off campus. This off-campus incident. That's why. He's there to make money. This goes against his agenda. So he's not about it. Like, this isn't working for him. Yes, Veronica, the FedEx truck where the undies. Yep. In the pain body cam. Yep. Yeah, he doesn't want to be bothered with this. And I don't know if it's because I guess he really doesn't care, but I can't say he doesn't care. I think he cared when it happened, but now he's seeing the trickle down effect. So now it's been a whole week and these kids cruised. They bolted. And he's unsure if they're coming back. These kids may not come back. They may not come back after break. They may finish online and say, I want to go to a safer school. That's what he's worried about.
All residence halls are locked 24 hours a day and only accessible by students that live in the building. All guests must be accompanied by a resident of the building.
Yeah, because all these things would have changed the outcome, right? They don't even know who it is. And they are expecting these kids to feel safe because they can only have a guest accompany them. How about you tell me who's making sure that is followed? Well, then he goes on to say there's resident people. Watch how he's reading this too. When you watch this, he clearly has no idea about all these extras. He's not worried about that. It's just funny. It's funny to kind of see through it all, you know?
Each residential community has a dedicated resident assistant staff and a live-in full-time resident director to help ensure a safe environment.
Are they armed?
Every evening, there are resident assistants that are on duty to perform safety and security rounds in their area, including during fall break. Housing and resident life always has at least 2 full-time staff members that are on call to provide support and emergency response 24 hours a day, including over the fall break. And our learning center information desk Living and Learning Center information desk is open 24 hours a day and will be open all of fall break for our students' needs. While we certainly hope there is a swift closure with the arrest of whoever is responsible for this crime, we must also be prepared for all the possibilities, including a lengthy investigation. We must balance safety concerns and the need to grieve, along with the long-term needs of our students and our employees. We're making security our top priority. We are also planning for the very real possibility that some students aren't comfortable returning to campus. We will do our best to meet the needs of all students. Our faculty is working hard over the break to consider alternative delivery methods. We will also continue making counseling services available for all our students and employees as we process our grief. The care and concern for our Vandal family is our primary role, and we take that very seriously.
Okay, I feel like if they took this seriously, hold on, let me come back on the camera. I feel like if they took this seriously, and this is just my opinion, as a parent, I would feel way more comfortable if they had their Hell's Gate or whatever. What is that called? Hell's Gate security or whatever that they have guarding the house and they have like an open-ended contract with.
La, 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 la means let me finish.
Hey, Lala. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't it mean a lot to like bring those guys out in the open and be like, these are your security guys. If you see them, like, this is what their cars look like. Like, they're going to be your guys. That's what I don't like. I wonder if any of the students know that these security guys are doing the extra security. Oh, Hell's Canyon. That's right. Hell's Canyon security. So wouldn't it be like wonderful, man? I mean, that would go so far with parents to see that, you know, them standing in a line, or at least have the owner of the company come in and say, you know, we are government contracted. We are contracted with the school. We are going to be patrolling. We have X amount of patrol officers. This is what our cars look like. This is what our uniforms look like. This is what we, you know, are outfitted in, so that you know who we are. There's a murderer on the loose who just killed 4 people. And yeah, it's like, you know, there's a murderer on the loose. And how would you know? Well, Hell's Canyon, I think, is a name of an area. But how would you know who's legit security? You know, like, how do we know that the perpetrator didn't act like they were a cop? I just think, I'm just saying, like, I don't know who was advising them on what would, you know, make people feel more secure. I mean, they're saying we're upping the patrols. But if they have a private company, I think they need to make themselves known. I mean, people are paying to go to this school. That should be wide ass open. So they had to have known at this time who the perp was. They had to have.
Nothing means more to us than family. And I'd also like to just thank all those for the great outpouring of support we've received from the nation. It's been incredible time, and all those who stand in solidarity with us, just know it means a great deal to us. Thank you.
Oh, Lord.
So we're going to open it up at this time to about 8
Here we go.
to 10 questions. We ask that only one question is asked per person, please. And I would also like to just see if there's an Argonaut reporter here. I think it's only fair to give our student reporter the first shot.
Okay, so I thought that was funny too. He takes his time. He wants to start out slow. So he's like, is the student reporter here? Is anybody from the Argonaut here? I need to ease into this.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Speak up if you're in the room, if you're from the Argonaut.
There.
Are you from the Argonaut?
Are you from the University of Idaho Argonaut? Is anybody from the University of Idaho Argonaut? Okay.
They were a no-show. You know why? Because they fucking went home too. They went home. The reporter from the Argonaut went home. She was scared. He expected the student reporter to be there. Fuck that. I'd be like, I'm not reporting on this madman. Are you out of your cotton picking mind, dude?
We're here. I think it's only fair to give our student reporter the first shot.
He's bewildered that they're not there.
Speak up if you're in the room, if you're from the Argonaut.
There.
Are you from the Argonaut?
Are you from the University of Idaho Argonaut? Is anybody from the University of Idaho Argonaut? Okay.
He's getting redder by the second.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Ted Williams, Fox News.
Yes.
You all have said that these killings are targeted. Can you share with us why you believe they are targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings?
As we stated earlier in the previous press release, our press conference, we believe they're targeted because we take a totality of all the circumstances that we're looking at.
Huh?
Do we know any one person that it was targeted? We're not able to say at this point in time due to our
Is that where they were laughing? They were laughing at Ted? See, I told you, I think that shit was planned because I think they're racist a-holes. Just saying. Oh, yeah, that's appropriate, isn't it? Look in the background, guys. Let's watch that again.
Killings are targeted. Can you share with us why you believe they
Can you imagine being a parent and seeing that?
targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were?
Wow, now that's a shot for the record books. Wow, so inappropriate. That's one of the security guys. See the hat? That's Hell's Canyon security. Is that who he was talking to? What are they talking about? Oh, no, the security guy's behind them.
If any of the victims were the actual targets.
Who is that fool he was talking to? God, he's short as well. Okay.
Of the killings.
Makes me sick.
As we stated earlier in the previous press release, our press conference, we believe they're targeted because we take a totality of all the circumstances that we're looking at. Do we know any one person that it was targeted? We're not able to say at this point in time
Because you're a liar.
due to our investigation, but we still believe that. But we, like I said, we take a totality of everything that we're looking at.
Totality.
Chief Glenn Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. On the resources, do you have the resources that you need?
We do have the resources. It is an incredible outpouring of what we receive from the Idaho State Police and from the Federal Bureau of Investigations and Latah County. Anything we ask for is given. So at any time, if we need additional, all I have to do is call the colonel, and he will
He calls the kern.
He's already guaranteed me that, and I know the FBI has said the same thing.
Hi, Emma Epperly from the Spokesman Review. I know you've said you're not going to release who the 911 caller was, but was the killer the 911 caller?
I will tell you no.
Can you clarify? You said it was made from the roommate's phone, but you didn't say the roommate made the call. So did the roommate make the call on the roommate's phone? Or
Okay, you can't hear her well, but let me go back a second.
Hi, Emma Epperly from the Spokesman Review. I know you've said you're not going to release who the 911 caller was, but was the killer the 911 caller?
I will tell you no.
Can you clarify, you said it was made from the roommate's phone, but you didn't say the roommate made the call. So did the roommate make the call on the roommate's phone, or can you clarify if it was another individual who made the call?
So she's asking, you didn't clarify who made the call. You said it was the roommate's phone, but did the roommate make the call from her phone, or was it someone else? And look what he immediately does. Oh, wait. He's already passing the buck. He's taking a breath and he's passing the buck. Pass it on over. Move it on over.
For donuts.
Actually, if we could just go to this one first and
He's like, actually, we can just go over this person first because I'm not ready. I'm not ready to answer that. And she's like, well, actually, it's a follow-up, so can you just answer it? And he's like, oh my God, I don't want to.
I didn't want to see you again for the rest of my whole life, and I didn't want to see anybody else either.
That's what he's thinking right now. That's his mood.
Phone, but you didn't say the roommate made the call. So did the roommate make the call on the roommate's phone, or can you clarify if it was another individual who made the call?
actually, if we could just go to this one first and so what I'll say to that is it was made from the roommate's call or phone, excuse me.
He's all thrown up. It was made from the roommate's call. Like, oh, fuck. I have to answer it because if I argue with this reporter, I'm blowing my cover. Like, I'm going to blow my cover. If I... Oh, shit.
So did the roommate make the call on the roommate's phone, or can you clarify if it was another individual who made the call?
Cut his mic. If we could just go to this one first and so what I'll say to that is it was made from the roommate's call or phone, excuse me, and we're not going to divulge who made that call to be it's part of our investigation still, and when we get ready to release that, we will.
Hi, Christina Corbin with Fox News. The male subject whom the women called, has he been ruled out as a suspect or person of interest?
Everything that we have taken from those calls, we have followed up on, we've cleared, and we believe that there's no connection there.
Ooh, that wasn't convincing. That was not convincing.
That we have taken from those calls.
We have a nose rub too.
Everything that we have taken from those calls, we have followed up on, we've cleared, and we believe that there's no connection there.
No connection there. What does that mean? Like, there's no connection there. Like, between the victims and that and the call, like, no connection between the murders and those calls. Like,
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News. Just following up on the 911 call, you said that you don't believe that's the killer. Can you conclusively rule out the person that called 911 from inside the home as a suspect in this case?
oh, he doesn't like this either. And look at the guy in the yellow. He's like, oh, I can't wait for this answer. And then over here, next to that guy in the black, that's the one they called a fake reporter.
Can you go ahead and just ask that one more time, please?
I can't.
form.
The person that was inside the home that called 911, that was not one of the roommates. Can you conclusively rule that person out as a suspect at this point?
I don't think I said that it wasn't one of the roommates. I said that it was used with the roommate's phone.
I believe.
Oh, someone! Look at his face. Everybody can screen cap that right now. That reporter said, I believe you did. I believe you did. And he swung his freaking head around.
For donuts?
Whoa, I never realized this stuff.
Yeah, you've really opened up my eyes.
Inside the home that called 911, that was not one of the roommates. Can you conclusively rule that person out as a suspect at this point?
I don't think I said that it wasn't one of the roommates. I said that it was used with the roommate's phone.
I believe somebody asked if that was the killer, and you said no.
No, that's correct.
Was there someone there other than the two roommates when police responded to the home?
So will you clarify that for me?
You're not confirming a roommate called 911, but used the roommate's phone. So was there someone else at the home other than those two roommates?
There was other friends that had arrived at the location.
How many? Everybody made the call.
Honestly, I'm not quite sure at this time, to be quite honest.
Ooh, to be quite honest, he's not sure how many friends were there.
One-way ticket to hell.
I think that Fry's got a dookie in his pants right about now. And nobody is saving his ass. No one is coming up, and the Indiana State Trooper guy isn't coming up. Why isn't he coming up?
Do you guys have any idea if the killer's still within the community, or are you looking outside the community for the killer in terms of their physical location?
We are looking everywhere that evidence would lead us. I can't say if the person's here. I can't say what community the person's in. We're utilizing every resource we can to make that location of that individual. And part of that is the safety of our community is paramount, and that's why we brought in the resource that we brought in to keep our community as safe as we can.
Being so close to the border, does that make it kind of automatically an interstate investigation? Can you comment on that?
Look at how he looks so confused. She's asking about the state lines. Sylvia, do you get that feeling that he's feeling a little abandoned? I mean, I totally would be. I mean, I'd be like, dudes, why aren't you coming up and saving me here? Like, I'm clearly struggling. It's not a good look, you know?
I cannot comment on that. I'm not even aware.
If you look in Washington at all, I guess,
We're looking everywhere.
Oh my God. Wait.
Resource that we brought in to keep our community as safe as we can.
Being so close to the border, does that make it kind of automatically an interstate investigation? Can you comment on that?
I cannot comment on that. I'm not even aware.
Did you see him look back at them? He looked back at his dudes. He looked back at his dudes, and his dudes didn't come for him. Watch.
The person's in. We're utilizing every resource we can to make that location of that individual. And part of that is the safety of our community is paramount, and that's why we brought in the resource that we brought in to keep our community as safe as we can.
Being so close to the border, does that make it kind of automatically an interstate investigation? Can you comment on that?
I cannot comment on that. I'm not even aware.
If you look in Washington at all, I guess,
We're looking everywhere. I'm going to take two more questions.
See, he's feeling some heat because he's not getting any backup. wow, like that never struck me before, but he's not getting any backup. Like that would be the time when the Indiana State Patrol guy would come in and be like, or not Indiana, why did I say Indiana? Idaho. When he would come up with his hat, and be like, I'm fully confident in the work that Moscow is doing. Like he said, he's kind of thrown to the wolves a little bit.
Do you still believe this attack was done by one perpetrator? And if so, how does one individual kill 4 people at night and not wake up the other 2 roommates?
Our investigation will continue to look at all avenues of that investigation. I cannot disclose any of that information. I don't even know that information at this point in time, and that's why we're continuing to investigate.
You don't know how this happened without the other 2 roommates hearing it or waking up or noticing?
We do not.
Okay, so she asked, how could the 2 roommates not hear anything? And then she reiterates, and she's like, so you don't know how the 2 roommates went through the night? No, we do not.
One more question.
He's cutting that shit off.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. In the press release yesterday, you confirmed that the victims were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home. Can you say which of the victims were found where?
I'm not going to go ahead and disclose that information. They were found on the 2nd and 3rd floor, and that's as far as we're going to go with that part of the investigation too, because all those key pieces do come to play later. So we do thank you. We thank you for meeting with us. We thank you for helping get information out, and I can assure you we will continue to work hard. We will continue to do everything we can to solve this. So thank you.
Is this related to any atom mutilations?
Are you in the toxicology report? This person will strike again. In terms of victimology, do you think the victims might be connected?
Still asking questions. Look at these reporters. They're all like bewildered. Okay, I wanted to see if anything was heard on that hot mic. So that was 11/20, you guys. That was on November the 20th. That was the most uncomfortable press conference. Don't you guys think that was really awkward and uncomfortable? Like, I'm uncomfortable watching it. Like, I'm uncomfortable for him watching it. The silent walk of shame. He cut it off, though. Once he got really pressed by that one girl, he was like, 2 more and we're done. 2 more and I'm out. MK said it made me want to take a shower. For real, it's really awkward. So I don't know if he's like, he's supposed to be a leader and they're like, lead, or I don't know. The Idaho guy, the state patrol could have saved him, right? Because it's like state patrol. Like he's a tier up, Lorca. His cheeks were the type you read about in Victorian prose. pros, I don't know what that word is, described as luminescent and scarlet feverish. I agree.
Given the fallout, given the fallout,
I feel like he was thrown to the wolves, given the fallout. So, we can move into our next one. This is 12/29. So, I guess we don't have a big press conference for a whole month. Over a month, is that correct? Oh, he did his little ones, right? Do we want to watch the little ones? Do we want to watch the little... Let's go Moscow PIO. And let's see what they did here. Because they created this, look at this, about joined December 5th, 2022. This is what gave me Kylie Rodney vibes. Was that they joined YouTube like on December 5th. I don't know why that gave me weird vibes, but it did. I guess I just like to know they're kind of more established. I don't know. Look at my kitty. This is the kitty that we rescued, you guys. You guys helped rescue her. She is fixed. She is vaccinated. She is well fed. And she is Emmy. And she is so sweet. Look how comfy she is. This is her first day in here, you guys. I just love her. She is really at home, isn't she, Leo? You're so sweet. Potatoes. You just rescued one? She really is a sweetheart. She's so comfy and cozy. I love it. Okay, so when do we think that they knew his name? The 23rd, was there? On this site? We've got a bunch on this site. We don't start here till the 6th. So they created this on the 5th, and then they made their first video on the 6th. Aw, Gina. Oh, the 23rd would be the fake reporter. You're so right. Okay. Press conference. Idaho murders. Was it November 23rd? Look at this. Already came up.
And we'll try and get to as many people as possible. So, thank you.
Oh, there's our laughing guy. This is the 23rd. This is it. Thanks, guys. All right, we're going to go large again. Go full screen. Wait a second.
Good afternoon.
Hold on. What does that say above them?
Moscow Police Department.
What's the tribe? What tribe is in this area? This is held at the University of Idaho.
And we'll try and get to as many people as possible. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Is it the Nez Perce tribe? Oh, here they come. I should have played the Rocky theme.
Good afternoon. My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. Joining me today is Captain Roger Lanier with the Moscow Police Department, Moscow Deputy City Supervisor Tyler Palmer, Colonel Kedrick Wills of the Idaho State Police, University of Idaho President Scott Green, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, and Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. We are thankful for all the tips and leads the public has provided in Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Madison's murder.
Oh, wait, we have to slow him down. He's talking way too friggin' entirely fast. Okay, so we have a new guy over here. Who do we think he is? See, that's how the president of the university should be dressing, right? Nez Pierce, Palouse, and Oh, shit, shamash. That's neat. Thanks for posting that in chat.
Moscow Deputy City Supervisor Tyler Palmer, Colonel Kedrick Wills of the Idaho State Police, University of Idaho President Scott Green, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, and Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. We are thankful for all the tips and leads the public has provided in Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Madison's murder investigation. No bit of information is too small, and every tip will be pursued. So far, this information has helped investigators build a picture of the areas of interest and the relationships these four had with each other and our community. We still believe there's more information to be gathered, which will continue creating a window through which we view this case. We all want to understand why this happened and what drove someone to do this. The families of those involved and our entire community deserve to know. We ask anyone with any information related to what happened with these four who are in our community, their interaction with others, and whether they expressed concern or commented about someone or something strange, to get that information to us. Even if you don't believe it is relevant, investigators will review and determine if and how your information builds the picture. Sometimes what a video or picture doesn't show is equally as important as what might be there. Information on how to submit tips and updates on the investigation can be found on the Moscow Police Department webpage. We continue moving forward to understand.
Wait, let me just butt in here, Fry. I just want to let everybody know that you'll only be able to see what they show you. There are things that are archived and deleted, just FYI.
In our community and seek answers to bring justice for the victims and their loved ones because they deserve it. I personally want you to know we care and we will continue to work hard to get these answers for these individuals. At this time.
Okay, the question is, why do you even have to read that statement? Shouldn't that just be a given? Shouldn't that just be a given? I don't think Lanier and Fry look alike. If you saw Lanier younger, like 6-7 years ago, he looks like a totally different person.
I'd like to introduce Captain Roger Lanier.
Here's
for
Lanier.
An update on what we can currently share about this investigation.
Lanier, here he comes. They're all scripted up, man.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Roger Lanier with the Moscow Police Department.
Okay, now I just want to say this is actually slowed down. Yeah. So
I want to assure you first off that the loss of Xana, Kaylee, Madison, and Ethan remains the highest priority for the Moscow Police Department. We will continue putting all of our resources into investigating and solving these murders. Investigators are prepared to work through the Thanksgiving holiday to continue their efforts. I also want to express our sincere appreciation to the Idaho State Police, the FBI, the University of Idaho, and the Latah County Sheriff's Office for their assistance. And I especially want to thank the community of Moscow for their outpouring of support through this incredibly difficult
What happened to him, guys?
Today I'm going to recap and brief what we know. I'm going to provide some new information, and I'm going to address some rumors. On the evening of November 12th and into the early morning hours of November 13th, Kaylee and Madison arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. after visiting a local bar and a street food vendor. Ethan and Xana were also out in the community at Sigma Chi, and they arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. Two surviving roommates who were also out in the community arrived home at approximately 1 a.m. Later, on the morning of November 13th at 11:58 a.m., a 911 call was placed. The call reported an unconscious person. The call originated from inside the residence, and a surviving roommate's cell phone was used. During that call, the dispatcher spoke to multiple people who were on scene. Moscow police officers responded and found two victims, two on the second floor and two on the third floor of 1122 King Road. The results of autopsies indicated that the four were stabbed multiple times and were likely asleep during the attack. Some had defensive wounds, and there was no sign of sexual assault. We do not believe the following individuals were involved: the two surviving roommates, the male seen in a grub truck video circulating on the internet, a private party who drove Kaylee and Madison home, any of the individuals who spoke to the dispatcher on the 911 call. We're also aware of a male whom Madison and Kaylee had called several times the morning of November 13th, and we do not suspect that individual. Detectives have canvassed the neighborhoods looking for evidence, physical evidence, video surveillance, and they've contacted numerous residents to see if anybody may have seen or heard anything. They continue requesting tips that can be sent to our tip line or called in to our tip line. The specific areas that we're interested in are detailed on maps on our city website and our Facebook page, but as stated earlier, generally south of Taylor Avenue to Palouse River Drive and the area
Again, they still can't produce a map.
west of US 95 over to the Arboretum. We have heard mention that Kaylee stated she may have had a stalker. Detectives have been looking into that, and to this point have been unable to corroborate the statement, although we continue to seek information and tips regarding that report. No suspects have been named or arrested, and we continue looking for what we believe to be a fixed blade knife used in the murders. We have not released the names of any of the subjects who spoke on the 911 call, and we have not released the call itself. Any online reports of the victims being tied and gagged are not accurate. Regarding the resources that we've put forth in this investigation, the Moscow Police Department has 4 detectives, 24 patrol officers,
and
5 support staff.
Wait.
To this,
We're down 1. Who took notes on the last one? We had 25 officers. We're down an officer. We're down an officer. How many were in the last one on the 20th? Wasn't there 24? 5 detectives, 25, and then now he just said 24, I think.
Online reports of the victims being tied and gagged are not accurate.
So this is something that's bothered me. I never once saw an online report that said they were bound, tied, and gagged. I've never heard that. And I felt like I've heard all the rumors. Put a 1 in chat if you saw an online rumor that said that they were tied and gagged. Put a 1 if you heard it. Put a 2 if you didn't. Put a 1 if you heard that they were tied and gagged online. Put a 2 if you have not heard that. I don't expect to see any 1s because I don't think that that was ever online. Missy Q, where'd you hear that? J Lord, you saw it on the mainstream media? Really? I mean, I don't watch News Nation. I didn't start watching News Nation until like Ashley Banfield started getting shit. So was it on News Nation? Early in the beginning. Wow, I never heard that. But like no one really remembers it. You're like, I'm pretty sure, like, but most people didn't hear it. So it's a pretty crazy thing to mention. It's a pretty like visual thing to mention. And I almost feel like maybe they were. Okay, as one divided, as well as 62 FBI agents, 11 Moscow detectives. But he named how many officers. He said detectives and then officers. Oh, it was on Reddit. Okay. Interesting.
Regarding the resources that we've put forth in this investigation, the Moscow Police Department has 4 detectives, 24 patrol officers, and 5 support staff dedicated to this investigation. The FBI has 22 investigators in Moscow and 20 additional agents assigned in various locations, as well as 2 members of the behavioral analysis.
So less
unit.
FBI on this date. Is that what am I picking up right?
The Idaho State Police has 20 investigators, a public information team, a forensic services and crime scene team, and 15 uniformed troopers who have been valuable in helping provide community patrols and safety patrols. We very much appreciate their support. This is our highest priority. It will remain our highest priority. We owe that to the families. At this time, I would like to introduce Colonel Kedrick Wills.
Oh, here's Wills.
Thank you, Captain, and thank you for those that are in attendance today for your attendance. We really appreciate this. What has affected Moscow and the community here has affected all of us as Idahoans. We have a way in Idaho that the communities come together in tough times, and this is one of those tough times. Leads from the community are important, and as the captain spoke, no tip is too small, and we would urge anybody that has any information whatsoever to please provide that to help us solve this case. The lead agency of this case is Moscow Police Department with Chief Fry and his dedicated team of professionals, and the Idaho State Police's role is to support them and their good work here. There is an awful lot of efforts going on behind the scenes, and I'll explain why it's behind the scenes in just a moment. But what can't be seen isn't always known of what we do in law enforcement, and I'd like to explain that in just a moment. But the Idaho State Police and the FBI continue to provide resources to this investigation. I would like to speak for just a moment, if I could, not about this specific case, but rather an overview of how cases are investigated, so that maybe it'll give some sense of the why of the timeline here. We understand you want answers. We want answers too. But these take time, and if I could explain just a minute about the process here of what we go through just generally in investigations. So we use in advanced investigative techniques and crime scene processing. So what happens when a call comes in, the original officers, the first officers that respond to a scene, and then once that they've got their work there and determined that they need some additional investigative assistance,
okay,
then they call investigators to come and help process that scene.
So he's letting us know why they called Idaho in. But what's curious to me, what's really curious to me is that the phone call came in at 11:58 to 911, allegedly. And Officer Smith was the first one there. And then Payne and Blaker didn't arrive until 4. So when Blaker and Payne got there at 4, they state in the PCA that Idaho State Crime Lab was preparing to process the scene. So they were preparing to process the scene at 4. What the fuck went on from noon until, let's say, 3? Okay. Like, Idaho crime scene processors get there. Aren't they just going to immediately get to the job of setting it up? You know, preparing to process it? Why are they just preparing to process this at 4? And then Blaker and Payne get there after ISP. But Smith has been there the whole time. Was Smith there for 4 hours? Who called ISP? Lanier? Did Lanier come? Lanier's the operations dude. Did Lanier come there? I mean, I suppose it took some time for Idaho crime scene investigators to get there. But what? Okay, so Smith got there, and then Smith walked Payne and Blaker around. What was Smith doing? And why is no one talking about Smith? No, they called Lanier right away. Like, when Chief is out of town, Lanier is the next best guy. Like, he's right there with the Chief. I want to know what Smith was doing for 4 hours, because the weird thing is, did any other officers show up with Smith? Because if Payne and Blaker didn't get there till 4, was Smith the only one there first? And like, oh, Nunez, I forgot about Nunez. So I wonder when they made the call to the crime lab. Yeah, who was the first law enforcement officer there? Officers from the college, city police? Did EMT even show up? I mean, it's an unconscious person. We're going to need an ambulance. So we have the crime scene from 4:20, whatever, when they say the Elantra sped away, until, let's be generous and say 3. No, Brett Payne says that he arrived and he was walked through by Smith. I've never seen any other officers' names in the PCA, so that's who I'm going off of. First officer never saw a murder and was overwhelmed. How do you know, Elwing? Where is Smith? Is Smith still working there, or? Let's see. Investigators are aware that multiple phone calls from Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves' phone were made to a male subject. 2 different cells in usage. He quit. Why would you imagine that they quit, Mr. Sentinel? I would have to imagine that they were shit canned. Why would you quit? Who said he was first? Because it totally says in the PCA that he arrived with Blaker. Right, but the first officer, I don't think he even had to go there. So that's what's weird, is that he wasn't on the road. He was like in the station, I heard. That Smith was parked in the station working the desk. And even though he didn't have to go, he did. Because Nunez was going there. So Smith thought, I will go too. It's an unconscious person. They might need me. Smith is the Marine firefighter with a lawyer girlfriend? What? The affidavit was written by the Warren Commission. Oh my God. Grunderson? Was he there too? 14 show up for a noise complaint. That's so true.
Yeah, they're loud and beefy.
Yeah, so weird. Okay. But the PCA is written like, oh my gosh. I don't know if you can hear the cat or not. She's like whining in her sleep.
And oftentimes it requires a forensics team to help process that scene. And when I say process the scene, what we're looking for is we're looking for any evidence that may help us to be able to find the people or person responsible for what we're seeing. And so we're collecting biological evidence, we're collecting latent evidence, whether it's shoe prints or tire marks or anything like that. We're trying to collect that evidence. We're trying to correct, we do that through photographs. We do that through 3D 3D mapping to be able to map the scene. We identify and we mark evidence, and then we collect that evidence. And then we look for any evidence that we think may be helpful. And once that is done, then we package all that evidence up and we send it off to forensics laboratories to be analyzed to see if it can help provide clues of what's happening. All of this takes an immense amount of time. The reason this is important to understand is because it's important that while this is such a tragic circumstance that we find ourselves in law enforcement, we believe we owe this to the surviving families to get this right. And so we're not willing to sacrifice speed for quality.
Okay, this is where it reminds me of Kylie Rodney. And I'll tell you what I think about the Kylie Rodney case. I think that now, looking back, that it's possible they drug out the investigation a little bit in order to bill for those investigative hours. I think that it's important to note that since the whole defund the police and all of that stuff, that I believe these cops are, not feeling as comfortable in their positions, and I think they want more money for more things. Okay. So it feels like that because in the Kylie Rodney case, we had Adventures with Purpose go out there to try to find her. And they were like, nope, don't go here. According to them, anyways, don't go here. We've already searched this area. Da 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 da. I don't think that they didn't want her to be found. But I think that maybe they just prolonged her being found, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? No way, Danielle. Another one? I knew they got 2. There's 3 now? Are you sure? Where can I read that, Danielle? But do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying this is fake or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, could they prolong the investigation and make it sound more extensive? Is that why we keep saying, this is so complicated. This is such a large scene. This is so complex. I just don't know. Because I don't hear urgency. I don't hear this is complex. I don't hear this is so difficult. I don't hear they're, worried or yeah. Okay, let's keep listening.
We do testing for blood. We do latent print processing, any documentations for anything at the scene so that we can reconstruct that scene at a later date. If I could share just a few statistics of this particular crime scene. At this crime scene, we collected 103 pieces of individual evidence. We took approximately 4,000 photographs. We've conducted multiple 3D scans of the residence, and we have hundreds of hours used by technicians and investigators, including our forensics team and detectives from multiple agencies. We've processed over 1,000 total tips and conducted 150 interviews. I hope that you understand that gives a little bit of a perception of just how complex this case is. We have the utmost confidence in this investigation and that this investigation will be done right. We ask you and we ask the public to please remain patient as this investigation unfolds. And please rely on official sources of information. We really appreciate the media's assistance. We know you have a job to do. We know that you're professionals and you do it to the best of your ability. And we're thankful that you're here, because without you, we could not get the correct information to the community that could help us solve this. So I can't overemphasize how much I appreciate and we appreciate in law enforcement your willingness to do this.
Willingness.
What you are doing matters. And it matters in what we...
Why is he being so nice to the media? Like, dude, what are you talking about? What you do matters. Like, the media. Why does the media need like reassurance from him, or is just this like filler? Is this filler? Because if this is filler, you need to cut his mic.
Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
We're committed to doing, and that is to the best way we can think of to honor these victims and their families is to conduct this investigation correctly. Finally, I'd like to share that I've been in regular contact with Idaho's Governor Brad Little throughout this investigation. Governor Little is making available up to $1 million for expenses related to this ongoing investigation. As you heard, the resources that are here in Moscow and throughout with this investigation, you can see that those expenses would add up quickly. Like all Idahoans, Governor Little is deeply saddened by the loss of these 4 bright and promising young lives. And he's making sure the state of Idaho provides all of the resources possible to ensure that the person or persons responsible for this are brought to justice. And now I'd like to turn the time over to the University of Idaho President Scott Green.
Oh, Lord. This is time 3 for him now.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho. We deeply appreciate the kind words of support we have been receiving from our alumni and friends, as well as many others who may not know us but have taken time to reach out. People are donating to the victims' GoFundMe pages and the Bruce Pittman Fund for Students in Need, and they're buying personal devices for our students and continuing to look for other ways that they can help. This is what it means to be a vandal. In the last 24 hours, we have sent updated communications to our students, employees, parents, and alumni. And in those communications, we discuss campus security, services available to our students and employees, our plans for both remote and live instruction to close the semester, and our plans for a candlelight vigil on November 3rd.
Thank you, Angie, for your PayPal.
All of this is available on our website. We all want swift...
Okay, all of this is available on our website. We want swift justice.
Plans for both remote and live instruction to close the semester, and our plans for a candlelight vigil on November 30. All of this is available on our website. We all want swift justice and continue to work with law enforcement to aid them in any way helpful to their investigation. As the investigation continues, we will better know how to proceed in the new year. We will endeavor to find the balance among safety concerns, the need to grieve, and the long-term needs of all of our students and employees. Through everything we do, we will keep Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan, as well as their families and friends, in our thoughts and our prayers. Thank you. I'm sorry, I need to introduce Deputy City Supervisor Tyler Palmer. Tyler, sorry.
All right. He's the city supervisor. He is not FBI. We thought he might be an FBI agent. He is the city supervisor of Moscow.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Palmer. I'm Deputy City Supervisor with the City of Moscow. And I'm here today on behalf of Mayor Arthur Betke, the Moscow City Council, and Moscow City Administration. The loss of Kaylee, Madison, Dana, and Ethan has sent an overwhelming, palpable wave of grief, confusion, sorrow, and anger through our peaceful community. Mayor Betke, with the support of our City Council, has instructed staff to marshal all necessary resources for our law enforcement professionals as they diligently work to assure the safety of every member of this community and find the person or people responsible for this. The outpouring of support, kindness, and genuine empathy locally and even globally has been a humbling reminder that those who want to help far outnumber those who want to hurt. And we take some solace in that. To all of you who've reached out, sent letters and cards, provided food for those working around the clock on this investigation, and offered other resources, we thank you sincerely. These continued acts of charity and humanity remind us why we live in this tight-knit, caring community. The City of Moscow is committed to seeing this investigation through to a successful end and will continue to dedicate whatever resources are necessary for that effort. We are thankful for the immense support from the University of Idaho, Lake County, Governor Little and his office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Moscow's my home. And I know we won't be defined by tragedy, but how we respond to it. We mourn the loss of these beautiful young people, and we will relentlessly pursue justice on their behalf. Thank you.
So we would like to open it up to any questions.
Here we
I
go.
would like to ask if there's an Argonaut reporter here that would like to ask, and then
Argonaut.
second after that, an Evergreen reporter.
Unleash the lawyers.
There's one in the room. So let's start with the Argonaut, please.
James Torman Aldrich with the Argonaut. I have two questions, if that's all right. Firstly being what the police presence is going to look like after Thanksgiving break and how long that's going to last.
So I'll go ahead and answer. The police presence is going to be very heavy after the break. We have Idaho State Patrol that will also still be in the area.
What about the security
You'll
company?
see a high impact of patrol officers and troopers, as well as Lake County Sheriff's Department personnel in the area.
Why isn't he mentioning Hell's Canyon security?
Will there be any possibility of the release of the 911 phone call, even in transcript form?
Not at this time. That's part of our investigation.
For donuts.
Frankie Beer, the Daily Evergreen. I guess the Moscow PD press release mentioned looking into hundreds of pieces of information about Kaylee's potential stalker. I was wondering what led you to believe she did have a stalker possibly, and why those pieces of information haven't come up with conclusive results.
I'm actually going to let Captain Lanier answer this question, okay?
Come on, Lanier.
Thank you, Chief. We obtained information through some of our interviews that Kaylee had made some comments about a stalker, so that's where that came from. We have followed up looking at specific time frames in specific areas of town. So far, we have not been able to corroborate it, but we're not done looking into that piece of information.
Dan Springer, Fox News. If I can get Captain Lanier.
Bring Lanier back.
Sir, why not tell the public who the target was? You've said that this was a targeted attack. Why not tell the public who was targeted? If it was multiple people, it would go a long ways to telling the public what you're looking for and who you're looking for, the type of person you're looking for. Why not do that to alleviate some of the fears out there in the community?
Well, first and foremost, we have the integrity of the investigation to preserve. And we feel like that information is integral to us and how we conduct our investigation. Releasing that to the public may or may not flood us with a lot of information that's not relevant or specific to what we're looking at. So want more information from the public? We do want more information, but we don't want
This report, the Fox reporters really put them on the spot, didn't they? He said, don't you want more information though? Like, why are you contradicting yourself?
May or may not flood us with a lot of information that's not relevant or specific to what we're looking at. So want more information from the public? We do want more information, but we don't want we don't want to put our investigation in jeopardy by releasing what we have. There's always a balance between what you're willing to release versus what you're trying to gather. We told the public very clearly from the beginning that we're looking for a knife. We've told the public very clearly from the beginning that we believe it was a targeted attack. I mean, to be honest, you're going to have to trust us on that at this point, because we're not going to release why we think that.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting. I see that the FBI set up a special web page just to collect digital information. I'm also curious if any of the investigators can speak to this. Curious if the Wi-Fi hotspot has been tapped at all. It's possible if the suspect had their phone on them, it may have pinged off the Wi-Fi in the residence. Has that been checked on at all?
As I stated, our investigation is looking at every avenue of every piece of evidence that we can. The FBI has given us a website for any downloads of video or anything, so we ask people, if you have any of that, to send it to us, please.
Thank you. Natasha Chen, CNN. I have a couple of questions here. One, in many homicide cases, the first hours, the first days are so incredibly crucial. Now that we're moving into a window that's further and further away from the incident, does that concern you about the ability to arrest a suspect, or do you have information that you simply can't share with us that makes you confident that you're close to solving this?
I'm going to have the Colonel step up and address that, please.
He doesn't know what to say to that.
Well, thank you for the question, and I would like to address it a little more globally than specifically, a little more globally here. Yes, as time goes on, I mean, we're time past the initial calls for service and the initial crime. However, we also, as time goes on, are able to process the forensics evidence, any forensics evidence that we may have collected, and so that helps us. And we're also able to process the tips that continue to come in, which may help us. And so, while time in one respect is not beneficial, in another respect it is, because it helps provide us with that whole picture of with all of the
whole
information
picture.
that we're gathering, whether it's evidence or tips or any other information that we're gathering. It may help us to provide a clearer picture, and so it may help answer those questions that we're seeking as well.
Hi, Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. I was wondering if there's any evidence that suggests the attacker visited the first floor where the 2 surviving roommates were.
That information will not be released at this time. It's part of our investigation, and as we stated earlier, there's many things that are involved in an investigation that we will release and things we won't.
It is circles at this point, Cammie.
For donuts.
Good afternoon, Ashley Soriano, Fox News. I have 2 questions. Have you considered the possibility of a murder-suicide? Is that something that you guys are considering right now?
I was wondering that too.
That question has been asked previously, not at a press conference. It's certainly something that we looked at in the early part of the investigation. It is not something that we're looking at this time.
And I know some of the investigators' vehicles and police vehicles are coming in and out of the driveway. Do you think that potentially could disturb any tire marks or other evidence?
Yeah, so the question has been asked about why did the crime scene tape expand, and that's not uncommon. When the first officers arrived, they tried to cordon off what they thought was important. We immediately expanded that when the investigators got there to process the scene. And logically, as this progresses, and you've seen this through our press releases, we have expanded it to several areas of the city and have in fact canvassed entire neighborhoods. So we try very, very hard to uncover every single bit of evidence possible in an area before we move on to the next area. So yes, we've looked at everything that we think we need to look at in and around the crime scene at this point.
But do you believe that cars coming back and forth in the driveway, potentially like tire marks or foot marks, that there could have been?
Well, it's a gravel parking area, so it would be hard to say that.
How are you folks holding up? How are your detectives and officers holding up? And Chief, you mentioned that detectives are prepared to work tomorrow on Thanksgiving, so is the expectation that they will be?
That is correct. We're going to have many detectives and agents working all the way through this incident. Our people are dedicated. Our people care about this community. Our people want to ensure the community that we're here to bring safety and we're here to get a resolve on this. So we will continue to push through. We'll give people time off as they need it, and we will continue to take care of them. But we're gonna keep pushing on this until we come to a conclusion.
They keep calling it a
Chris Mitchell,
conclusion.
KLEW. Is there any plans to increase security for the Apple Cup on Friday?
I can't speak to what's going on in the state of Washington. I can only speak to what we're doing here on the campus of the University of Idaho in concert with President Green and his team.
Okay, so that's where you get a problem, right? They want to be coupled with this other university. It's only 7 miles away. The students, mingle, they commingle, and it's a great tight-knit community. But this guy had a question. There's an event at WSU next weekend. Are you going to be patrolling more there? Oh, well, I can't answer that. Well, when I called Lanier and talked to him, I was asking him as like a secret shopper, like, hey, what's it like there, as far as response time, things like that. Being so close to a state line, he said it works for us. Well, guess what? I think that they maybe should have planned better, because maybe they should have had Jenkins there. Why didn't they have Jenkins there? Oh, that's right. Because he got fired from Pullman and then got hired as the chief at WSU. That's right. I forgot.
We are absolutely, with the Idaho State Police and the Moscow Police Department, we are 100% dedicated to making sure that this continues to be a safe place for students to do what students need to do. And so that's why we have so many uniformed troopers here that aren't necessarily assisting with the investigation, but rather here to help with the campus security. And President Green and his team have been fantastic in helping to strike that balance to make sure that we have law enforcement resources here. So while I can't speak what's going on anywhere else, I can tell you at the University of Idaho, we have a lot of state troopers, and a severe increase of state troopers and Moscow police officers here, both on campus as well as throughout the community.
John Gabell, ABC News. Are investigators looking at any possible connection to an unsolved double stabbing in the Salem, Oregon area about 1.5 years ago? Specifically, 2 people stabbed in their home in the middle of the night. Long knife, no suspect at this point. One died, one survived.
I think we're looking at every avenue, and we have other agencies reaching out to us with other cases and stuff that we are doing follow-up on, and we will continue to follow up on those.
Are you aware of that case?
I actually had a tip come in on that case, and I forwarded it to our tip line.
Okay, one more question. Can you confirm the bodies have been released to the families or are being so released today?
I believe they have been released to the family, and I know that I believe one of them has already had a funeral.
Not sure, crime solver. He was, I don't know. Why would Lanier be in Pullman, though? Lanier's Moscow.
Destiny Martin with the LCSC Pathfinder. Can you lend any insights into the possibility that the murder weapon is linked to the ROTC program? And
This
also,
is our
you
fake
mentioned
reporter. This is the one they really didn't like her. This is her. She's asking if the knife is related to the school's ROTC program and if they've ruled that out. Apparently, she must know something we don't. Do the ROTC students have those knives?
Destiny Martin with the LCSC Pathfinder. Can you lend any insights into the possibility that the murder weapon is linked to the ROTC program? And also, you mentioned that the analysis unit is here. Will we be able to hear anything from them about a working profile they possibly have? And on that note, have you guys ruled out the possibility that the killer might be a female?
Boom.
So we look at every avenue. We're looking at
He don't like that question.
every group of people. Like I said early in our first press conference, we're not going to let any stone go unturned. I believe can you just clarify your second portion of that question? Oh, the BAU, sorry.
Yes, I would like to know if the BAU has a working profile, because, you know, you look at victimology. Sure. Are you able to tell us who was killed first on the time of death so that we may understand, like, who was, if it was a targeted attack, it would make the most sense if they killed one of the roommates first, and then maybe the other two, you know, I'm not, sure. This is not speculation, I'm getting off topic. My question is are you guys looking at a working profile? Have they come up with anything new regarding the motive or intentions of the killer or killers?
The BAU unit is working diligently to do what they do. Will that be provided? I'm sure that may be provided once the conclusion of this case comes together. But they are continually taking in information and reading reports and gathering information for that.
Good afternoon, Chief. Amanda Rowley with Crime 2. Seeing some speculation with some of the cars being searched this past week. Wondering if you can squash some of the rumors and that speculation. Is there anything you can share specifically on the white car out front, and then a follow-up for the university after?
So I'll have Captain Lanier go ahead and come up with that.
Thank you.
White car up front. What is she talking about?
Well, we have looked at a lot of different vehicles. I'm assuming you're referring to the vehicles that were in the parking lot at the time. Yeah, so some of those vehicles belonged to the victims and some belonged to other people in the house. And so for us, that's part of the crime scene. As I mentioned earlier, the crime scene was expanded out through the parking lot. So we wanted to make sure that we looked at those prior to releasing the crime scene. It was part of the initial investigation that night.
Thank you. And
I'm confused.
Is there any additional information at this time that you can offer about the candlelight vigil? Maybe what we can expect?
Oh Lord, he don't know.
And then any other information you can provide about that ask of the community to light the night on November 30th.
Thank you for that. I'm going to turn this over to Blaine Eccles at this point. He's actually planning the whole event.
Oh, okay. So get this. Yeah, watch this. He says Blaine is planning everything. Watch how unprepared Blaine is. Check it out.
Good afternoon. I'm Blaine Eccles, Dean of Students. The vigil is going to be hosted next Wednesday, November 30th at 5 p.m.
Oh, that was the last one.
Scheduled for the administration lawn
My
at
bad.
the moment. We're going to make a final determination on location early next week.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. Okay, so they didn't know where they were going to have it yet. They're having it the next week, but they're like, we're not sure where.
Waiting for the weather window to get closer so we feel comfortable that that's where it will be located. We're anticipating a large turnout of community members as well as university members.
Why does the weather matter? I'm confused. Why would you even have it outside when there's a killer on the loose? Have it inside where it's safe, right?
Students, faculty, and staff at that particular event. And all of the families have been invited to join us if they so wish from that aspect of it. The response.
He likes saying from that aspect of it. What is he talking about? The families can join us if they wish.
Feel comfortable that that's where it will be located. We're anticipating a large turnout of community members as well as university members, students, faculty, and staff at that particular event. And all of the families have been invited to join us if they so wish from that aspect of it. The response has just been absolutely beautiful and overwhelming to the love that has been provided to the institution as well as the family members. The Light the Night event that you're talking about, while I don't have a lot of details on that, is set to coincide at the same time, just so that people that can't be here in person as part of the vigil are going to be able to participate remotely as well. The vigil will be live streamed, and
well, couldn't they have done that before and had it like way sooner? Remember, they were like, "Oh, we don't want people to drive home for it or drive back for it." They're doing it virtually anyways. So, what was the problem with having this early on? Maybe that would have kept your students around. I don't know. Just a thought.
Safe to say that the Vandal family is going to unite and come together to support the families in the darkest moments of their life, quite frankly.
So I'm going to go ahead and take 2 more questions, okay?
Jordan Smith, KXLY. At this point in time, do investigators know which entrance the suspect used to enter the residence? If this was someone who might have known the door code at the front or maybe used the back door?
Once again, that's part of our investigation. We're not going to release that information this time. Thank you.
No Baltimore News 8. You say this was a targeted event. You won't tell us why they were targeted. What should students do to prevent being targeted in the future?
Good question. See, these students are bringing the tough questions, guys.
Well, that's a great question, especially in light of what just happened. If you would have asked us 9 days ago, we would have had probably a different answer. Moscow's always been a very safe community. In light of this, and maybe we should always look at it this way, vigilance, always traveling in pairs, knowing where you're going, telling someone when you arrive.
Yo, like, this was 4 people who did everything right. Kaylee and Madison did everything right. Walking with a buddy. I mean, for real?
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
That kind of general awareness. Maybe we should, as a community, have always been doing that. You know, in some ways, this took our innocence.
In some ways.
I would tell students that you need to stay with a friend. I know that the university staff is looking at different options to increase some of the safety on campus and providing certain options to students. So, yeah, going forward, there's a lot of things that maybe we wish we would have done before, but we need to start doing now.
So I'm going to go ahead and close, but what we do want to let our community know that we do care. We do want to provide a safe environment. We will continue to work hard, and we'll continue to do everything we can. We want people to be vigilant. We want people to report anything suspicious to us and let us get there and handle it. But we are here to provide that safety. So I want to thank you today for coming, and I appreciate your questions.
Prosecutor didn't even speak. All right, so that concludes 11:23. I didn't expect to have to play that one. And we do have 2 more left, and then we have some other things to go over. So what I want to do, because we have these, and this has Lanier in a lot of them. So like, I want to go over all of these. This one right here, this thumbnail is horrific. Horrific. I definitely want to do more, but I've got to get off here. It's been almost 4 hours and I am exhausted. I've got to go eat, and I definitely will do the last ones. I'll get an event up. I'll figure out when I'm going to do it, but we will finish it out. It's just a lot. Like, I can't wait to see everybody's notes and like what you saw in this and what you didn't. Viv, he's waiting to prosecute the whole friggin' lot of them. Show us what they deleted first. Oh, right. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. First off, I want to share this because this is really important. They are currently searching for a suspect right now. And this is a little gross, but apparently this man was masturbating on College Hill in Pullman around several sorority houses, and he's wanted for several acts of indecent exposure. This dude here. Scary AF. Who is this guy? Fuck is he? All right, let's hear about this. W.S.C. This is March 4th, so this is yesterday. WSU Police Department received several reports Friday afternoon involving a male near sorority houses west of campus. The man was reportedly masturbating on College Hill around several sorority houses and is wanted for several acts of indecent exposure. The suspect has been identified, but his name has not been released to the public. He is not in custody, according to the release. The subject is described as approximately 6 foot tall with brown hair and facial hair. He was seen wearing a light green or distressed gray zip-up jacket, a gray hooded sweatshirt, work-style pants, and brown boots. He was seen driving a gold tan 2001 to 2007 Toyota Highlander. Those who have any information can contact Pullman Police Officer Schellabarger, Officer Schellabarger at 509-334-0802. That is your guy, and then this is the car. Yes, I did. There was a girl that was almost kidnapped, and he was wearing a green jacket. That is just so nasty. So this is the Facebook post here that I saw it on their Facebook post. WSU Police. Look at their cover photo, guys. Check this out. We're gonna be assholes for a second before we end. So there's their cover photo of their Facebook. Right. Could he be the guy standing over the girl with the knife? Right. Look, they hashtagged Pullman Proud. Subject has been identified. Thanks to all who reached out with tips and information. And then at 8:10 p.m., they want to clarify that he's wanted for several incidents. Yeah. So, like, he's identified, but they don't have him. This guy says he's probably a true killer and not Crowburger. Who is the Pullman masturbator? They don't give his name. This woman is warning these kids, make sure you're aware of your surroundings. And then this girl says subject has been identified. Yeah, but not caught yet. See, that's what the thing. They make it sound like it's all in the clear. No, it's not. No, it's not. This is some scary stuff, if you ask me. And then here you go, Air Force ROTC. Somebody was asking about ROTC. February 24th. What's this? Death investigation at the Cub. Coroner determined it was a natural death due to known medical conditions. On Friday, February 24th at 3:10, WSU police responded to the call of an unconscious person at the west doors of the Compton Union building on Pullman campus. Upon arrival, officers discovered a 39-year-old male unconscious and unresponsive. Officers performed CPR until the arrival of Pullman Fire Department paramedics, who took over CPR. Paramedics were unable to revive the subject. Based on the information available, there is no known active threat to the community, and WSU is working with Whitman County Coroner's Office on the investigation as it does following any death on campus. The name of the individual and the cause and manner of death will be released by the Coroner's Office. WSU police will notify the community immediately if there's any change in the threat assessment. The freak? Found in a doorway? Like, Lord have mercy. I wonder if Sergeant Chelsea Hodgson was... Oh, she's investigating the SWAT. Okay. Funny, they'll give us his name, Annie Pillars. Oh, I was going to show you. Okay, hang on. Moscow police blotter. Okay, I'm going to show you where the stuff is deleted. So here we are on their website, right? And we're going to click on, let's just go here. These are all of their police blotter things, okay? So when you go over here to the right under hang on. Oh, here it is, right here. All right, so this is the police daily activity log here. Complaint of someone who goes around the complex knocking on windows. Officer advised no report. Craziness. Suspicious package mailed to reporting party. This is just the other day. Okay, so at any rate, you go over here to the right where it says View Archived, and you click on that. Okay, so when you get here, you can categorize, but you don't really need to. So what you want to do is you want to go over here to Archive Date and click that link. And then you want to click it again because you want to get the newest archive. And then here you go. You've got the very top line, published on 11/16 at 8:42 a.m. This is a press release. And then it was swiftly deleted and archived at 8:44. So it was up for a whole 20 minutes. And then you look at this one. This one was from 7/8/2022, the second line. And that was published on 7/8 at 10:36, and it was archived on 11/16 at 8:42. So they literally, like, archived this one, then published this one, and then 20 minutes later, archived that one. So make it make sense. So then when you click on them, right, because I'm like, oh, I want to see the archive. Well, guess what? It's gone. And it was only on there for 20 minutes. So what is that? Here's the other one that was archived, the one from July. It's like, what happened in July that was archived? See, newsflash, City of Moscow press releases, it's gone. So that's what I was talking about. So if you go to the archives, though, they archive things after like a month normally. But like, see this one? This was up for a day. Why? This was archived, guys. Look, why would they archive this shit? That is so sketchy. Why are they archiving something that just happened on the 27th of February? Right? All right, let's go back. These are all archives, see? All archives in the news flash category. So we go here. Let's go down here. Let's see. See, that's a month. That makes sense. These make sense. They were also looking for a parks maintenance worker, but, you know, the ones that are a month, but like this one day. These are all a month. I mean, you can kind of see where there's a little sketchy business. Here's one from 2/28 that was archived. Why they archived that, I don't know. LCSO, Latah County. I don't know why that would be archived. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, right here. Here's some more archives. Suspicious person, Pullman Road. Reporting party reporting a group of 6 or 7 college-aged individuals acting suspicious. Officers responded, no report. Communications problem at 1:05 a.m. Well, this is at 12:29 a.m. This is at 1:05 a.m. Caller called 911 multiple times. Doesn't answer on callback. Officers responded, no report. Noise complaint, loud music, and odor of marijuana. Arrest of a DUI, alcohol, or drugs. Right here. Look at this. Stinker Station, Pullman Road. This is the same place right here where there was 6 or 7 college-age individuals acting suspicious. Well, look at this. Cab driver flagged Latah County Sheriff's Office deputy and said blonde female running away from Stinker Station. Officer responded, unable to locate, no report at fucking 3 a.m. Stop. Stop it. Why is this still happening? And it's archived. Yeah. Look at this one. Suspicious. Hawthorne Drive. Reporting party is in Boise and believes someone is in her apartment. Officer responded, no report. What the heck? Threatening. Online threat of extortion. Officer contacted, no report. Don't you think that they need a report on extortion? For Christ's sake. A welfare check on a female made a concerning text. No report. Request welfare check. Look at 500 block of Taylor Ave. Request welfare check on husband who left without phone. Doesn't know where he would have gone. Weird. Weirdness. This is from February the 27th, guys. Hey, Tracy V.
Roberta.
I mean, nothing has changed. They didn't even change after the murders. So anyway, that's your archives, folks. You can click through these at your leisure. You can see they have archived quite a bit. Wow. Look, they archived these after 1 minute. Oh my God, it's this one. It was reported at 6 a.m. They archived it. Look, they published it at 7:53 a.m. and they archived it at 7:54 a.m. Why? Caller advised that, oh, this is Hawthorne again. Didn't I just say Hawthorne? 4 a.m. Caller advised her upstairs neighbors are fighting. Heard loud stomping and female yelling. Officer responded, no fucking report. So have fun with your archives, guys. There's far too fucking many. And let me just say that I clicked on this notify me fiasco they have here. And I've never gotten one notify me thing. I signed up for this shit. I haven't gotten anything. Let me know if you guys have signed up for that. And if you got any notifications, because I haven't gotten shit. So we have the Pullman masturbator on the loose. And I'm going to, before we end, just to conclude, I'm going to show you guys the Lanier thing from Lewiston. Just so we tie this all up. And then we will do the last press conferences in another follow-up live. Is this gonna play for me or what? Oh, Lanier, did you have this scrubbed or what? What the fuck? A longtime and well-respected leader in the Lewiston Police Department is stepping down. See, that was where there was conflicting information. And you'll see why. City officials told Clue News that Lieutenant Roger Lanier is retiring after more than 20 years. Lanier has been one of the police officers who often speaks about investigations, warnings, and alerts in community events. City Manager Jim Bennett says the city received a letter from the lieutenant that he's retiring from LPD. Bennett says Lanier has been an all-important part of LPD throughout his career and wishes him well. Lanier goes to the City of Moscow Police Department as captain. His first day is June 20th. His last day with Lewiston will be Friday, June 17th. Until then, he is on administrative leave. See how that's the last sentence? That's the last sentence, but lo and behold, there is a story behind it. There is a story behind that whole mess. And he tased a guy. He tased a guy who was holding a child. And the child had like a concussion. So I think there was more to it. But look at this. Student safety workshops. This is WSU with Barb Jordan. 90-minute workshops. Barb is trained in Krav Maga, and her instruction provides key fundamentals with the importance of body language, using your voice, and self-defense techniques. What is Krav Maga? Anybody know? Make America Great Again. Self-defense classes. Well, that's cool. At least they're doing that. Is Idaho, though? All right, I've got one more thing for you guys before we sign off here. And tomorrow I'm going to be taking your calls and reading your comments, so you're not going to want to miss that. Okay, so this was in 2021. This bothers me. And I was questioned in the comments section. And that's why I want to, not the only reason I want to read the comments, but I do want to go through these comments because I think it's interesting that someone would ask me in all seriousness why I'm sharing this. Someone asked why I'm sharing this. So this is going to be our last video, and then we are going to dance it out, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. But let's watch this. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. We are live Monday and Friday at 3 o'clock Eastern.
A woman reported that she woke up seeing a man leaning over her, holding a knife and wearing a burgundy ski mask.
I'm here on the corner of Ash Street where on October 10th, Pullman PD received a call from a woman after 3:30 a.m. and concerning complaint. PD Operations Officer Jake Opgenorth tells us more now.
A woman reported that she woke up seeing a man standing over her, holding a knife and wearing a burgundy ski mask.
Something ain't right.
Holding a knife and wearing a burgundy ski mask. She kicked out at him, and was able to kick him back, at which point he fled.
Now this is an ongoing case. Opgenorth said detectives were able to get a warrant to search a possible subject's home. No evidence was found.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Wait, I thought I was safe here.
Yeah. So are you guys questioning why I'm sharing that? Because I think it's absolutely disgusting. This person in the comments was like, it's a typical break-in. Like, what's your point? And I was like, wow, like waking up with a man in a ski mask with a knife over me is not really a typical break-in to me. So yeah, I'll leave it at that, and make sure that you guys are subscribed to the Shorts channel. It is called In a Nutshell. And yeah, I need 40 more subs to get to 1,000. So please do subscribe. So dance it out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Please stay safe. Lock your doors. Lock your doors. And be aware of your surroundings. The Remix Brothers. Okay. All right. Dance it out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Roberta's and Robertolinos.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Somebody in Washington with more than 5 brain cells need.
Roto causing Papa.
Roro. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs.
Warren, don't be jealous that I've been chatting online with babes all day.
Shall we play a game?
La 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 means be quiet and let me finish.